So things are heating up.
What's up, gamer?
Yep, that's how I'm starting this one. How we doing, chat? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Happy Monday. Man's back. Oh my god, another Steph. Another sub. A Steph sub.
Sophie 189 I am Sophie 189 Kitty Sophie 189 Arbi Lahaj.
Arbi Lahaj. Why does it say? Oh, Arblahaj. Right, okay. Arbi Lahaj. That's how she said it. Okay, that's how that's going. Hello everyone, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Middle-earth Marxist, Valerie Valkyrie, Hermeneutics, Holiday with 7s instead of L's. Middle-earth Marxist, already said that. Sophie from Mars, how are you doing, Soph? Grandpa Simpson. And we got Link. Link Retro. We got Sally Pocketful. And who else do we got? We got B-Rat. How y'all doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Chaos as well. Welcome in. I heard that Mandelson was arrested. Hell yeah. It is good. It is good stuff, but nothing will happen. It's just probably nothing will happen. That's the sad reality of all of this. Yeah, it's been a crazy weekend of that. Speaking of that, it's been a crazy weekend of libs in America going, if you're in England and you're associated with Epstein, you get put in prison. And it's like, no. The reason that Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten have been arrested is because they leaked state secrets. That's all. It's just, and they're only being investigated because they absolutely have to do something. They have to be seen to be doing something about someone leaking state secrets, because that's related to spying and national security. That's all that is. And it is crazy that some people are saying that they have been put in prison, and it's crazy that people are saying that any of these investigations have been happening because of associations with Epstein. It's because they have broken laws within the national security framework of the fucking UK, right? That's what it is. It's just absolutely mad. Welcome to all the coverage of New Zealand pretending to do anything. What's New Zealand doing? Is that like a similar thing? Is that happening with New Zealand as well? People are saying, "Oh, New Zealand are doing stuff," and they're not. It's so crazy. I don't understand what's happening. Like, just report on things correctly. Just report on things that you know to be true. Like, don't just, if you're gonna speculate, say that you're speculating. Also, we've had some subs. We've had some resubs while I just started going live just then. First one was from Network with a 5-month streak at tier 1. Thank you so much for the tier 1, Network. Thank you for supporting the stream. Of course, we got the streakers in chat. We got 55 consecutive streams from Middle-earth Marxist, Valerie Valkyrie. Catgirl Steph with the resub. Year-long resub. Let's fucking go. With the new platinum sub badge from Steph. What else do we got? I think that's it. Ground level news. Hello. Thank you. I'm getting so tired of people conflating the two things. Yeah, it's very bad. Just open one article. Just read it the whole way through. Yeah. No. You can't do that. What you have to do is you have to go, our country's so bad, but look at this other bad country that's doing things right. No, that's not. That's not it. That's not what's going on. Yes, that's been crazy. Yeah, I had a day off last week. I'll just tell you why that was. I was just feeling a bit ill. I was just feeling like I had a bit of a migraine, which is crazy because it was the first night that I had slept on my new mattress the night before. And I have since getting my new mattress, because I don't think I've seen you. I don't think I've streamed since I've had my new mattress. I think I had my new mattress and I told you about it. I got it delivered and all that stuff. And then I slept on it. And then you didn't see me again. You didn't see me until now. And it's been great. It's really good. I feel like I've got loads more energy. I probably seem like I've got loads more energy because my mum said immediately, because I saw my mum the day after because we went to my nan's for her birthday. My nana's 89. Can you believe it? And my mum was like, you have got loads more color in your face, right? And I have had, since I got long COVID, couple of years ago, I have had like huge, massive dark circles around my eyes. I kind of have them today, I think. I have them today. I think it just depends on what the weather is like. But my mum was like, you don't have those dark circles anymore. So that's very exciting. So yeah, feeling very good about it. Feeling nice, feeling well rested. What else have I been doing the weekend? Have I been working on my new video? No. I've been playing Mugenics. That's right, I got it. I ended up getting it, and it's very good. It's a very good game. It's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. You're basically breeding cats to get the best cats. It feels like a very subtle dig, not so subtle dig at like Pokemon. Yes, hello Connor. The fucking soundtrack is absolutely insane. It's so good. My cat is the best cat. Exactly. It's not going to be for everyone. No, but obviously, like, yeah, you're breeding your cats to like fight, and you lose a lot of cats. It's very sad. You get very attached to your cats, not just because they're cats, but because they're good fighters. You know, I had like the game is fucking crazy, chat. I don't want to spoil people who haven't played it who want to play it. But I had a cat that was super high dex. So basically, for those of you that don't know about the game, it's like a turn-based strategy game, like XCOM or Final Fantasy X, you know, where you take your turns and you can move across like a little chessboard, and you have to make your I love how unacceptable it sounds. It's pretty unacceptable. And you have a party of 4 cats, and you could choose to give them, you know, what they call classes. So you could make one a hunter, a mage, a necromancer. You only get 4, but there's a bunch of different classes like cleric, fighter, tank, all this kind of business. And I had this one that was such a good hunter and had such high dexterity and really high intelligence. So they had all these like amazing spells. And there's this one boss that basically like eats your cats. Like, you have to fight the boss to stop him from like eating all your cats in your house, and he just ate my fucking cat. I was so upset. I was so fucking gutted. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, it's kind of like D&D Pokemon. They're eating the cats. They're eating the cats. This one cat ate another cat. I can't believe it. Yeah, so I've been playing a whole bunch of Mugenics, but it's just great. It's really good, and it's super funny because Melpa is sat here, as he does, next to me, watching me play this game where it's all like, it's just people in a microphone going, meow. Apparently he got like hundreds of people in like 2020 and 2021, unfortunately including Ethan and Gila Klein, when they were like not as openly genocidal as they are now, I guess, to like do meows for the game. So it's just people just going meow. You would never know in a million years that it was Ethan or Gila Klein. Like I can't even recognize anybody who I know has done stuff. Like there's loads of streamers and loads of like celebrities like Felicia Day, who else? Markiplier, Vinny Vinesauce. There's just hundreds and hundreds of people who were just doing these meows, and I can't even recognize who they are. So it's, you know, and I don't know if like this was like a paid deal. They're certainly not getting royalties if you buy Mugenics, so I don't think it's like, I don't think anyone's gonna say that it's BDS. But yeah, no, it's a fucking great, it's a great game. Googling who meowed in Mugenics, I bet that's got some insane results. Some completely insane results. We've had some more people come in since I started streaming. Hello, Connor, as I said. Hello, Bellatrix. Hello, Banker. How are you doing? Who else did I miss in the chat? Nap Taker. How are you doing, Nappers? What's up? Good to see you. And yeah, RT Clearance as well. Hello. Hey, bro. Wandering the wasteland of political Twitch has made me realize how quality your stream is. Oh, shit, dude. Thank you so fucking much. Oh, that's a really nice compliment to get. Yep, Steph Sterling is in Mugenics. Much Critical is in Mugenics. Yep. Yeah. I'm really glad. I'm really glad you like my stream. That's so dope. I have done some work on my video, so don't worry. It will be out this week. For those of you that are interested in it, it's about Free the Filton 24 and the Palestinian, well, it's about Palestinian political prisoners in occupied Palestine, sort of historically, and it's about how the Imperial Corps, the Imperial Boomerang, has come back round to punish people standing up for Palestine in the UK. It's kind of about that. So that will be out on Friday. I'm fairly certain of it. If you want early access to it, subscribe at, what tier is it? Enlightened Patreon or above tier on the Patreon. And you will get access to it 24 hours before everybody else. And it's pretty much done. It's about half an hour. Could be a tiny bit longer when I'm done fiddling with it, but tomorrow is the fiddling day, where I get all the screenshots of various different news articles and shit like that, you know? Susie, thank you so much for subscribing at 3 months in advance at tier 1. Holy fucking shit. Thank you so much, Susie. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. It's good to see you. We're doing great for the sub goal. It's the last week of February. I know that February is a short month, but the sub goal is going pretty good. I'm pretty excited about it. Don't forget, we have got... I just spilled tea all over the fucking desk. I don't even know how that happened. You might have even seen that fucking happen. Okay. Don't forget, we've got a Dono Goal incentive this month, which is unlocking a DJ stream. We've already unlocked a bunch of incentive streams that I haven't got round to doing, so I am sorry about that, but I have been busy. But now that I am sort of like, I don't know, getting my life back in gear, like I'm going to the gym regularly again, eating properly and streaming consistently, making video stuff, I should be able to do these incentive streams pretty soon. I'm not going to say when, because that's gonna give me a bunch of pressure to try and do it. I'm not going to do it. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. You'll see me go live one day and it'll be like, yeah, he's doing the walking tour of Manchester one that he promised us 2 months ago. Hey Dan, how you doing? Welcome in. Who else we got? Addy Kemi, how you doing? Good to see you. We love to see it. Yeah. I'm feeling real good. I'm feeling real good about shit. Things were bad and now I'm feeling good. I'm glad stuff is looking up right now. That's a nice feeling. Yeah, no, it really is. Yeah, it really fucking totally is. As soon as Lunar New Year happened, it was just like, bang. You know? My life is back on track. Kinda. Not really. I'm still poor as fuck. Please give me money. But anyway, let's move on. We're here. We've started the stream. We're 20 minutes in. I'm already late. It's 8 o'clock. The reason that I'm so late is because I've been working on my videos today. And I played Mugenics all weekend instead of working on it. So, that's my bad. But we got a whole bunch of stuff to check out straight away. We're going to start with some fun stuff. We're going to start with a little bit of a fun bit. And the first fun bit for us to look at is this. It's this fella here. I don't know who he is, but I just saw that one of my friends had sent me this video. And I thought we should have a little look, because it's pretty funny. It's not funny, but it is funny.
Hey, only me, you know. Only me. So I'm getting put in cuffs now, yeah? For no reason. You can't even see because I can't twist it. That's tight enough. That's tight enough. 2626. 26 what? What is that meant to mean? Why am I in handcuffs? Why am I in handcuffs? I'm a fucking postman for my delivery. I'm fucking working. For what? Why am I in handcuffs? Why am I in handcuffs? Why am I in handcuffs?
Arrested a postman.
Fucking postman.
Cops are so normal, dude. Arrested a postman while he's on the job.
PC plug. They're searching postman Pat. Yeah? Exactly. Under section 23 of the Postman Act.
Why did it get so much louder just then? Hang on.
Delivering fucking mail. See that address that I am delivering to is the address that I'm outside.
You're being detained for a search.
Then you'll be released. Search, but I'll flop. Listen, I will flop it out. Reinforcements for a fucking postman. 2 vans and a car for a postman.
2 vans and a car for a postman.
Fucking car. Don't touch me. Yeah, search me. If you're gonna search me, take the handcuffs off and search me. Take the handcuffs off and search me.
You can be arrested.
Hey, I'm obstructing your work. Am I obstructing your work? But you're obstructing me. You're not obstructing me from working. So these lot are searching each letter one by one. Oh, let me get my cigarette. You lot ain't even allowed to touch them letters. By law, you lot are not allowed to touch the letters. You know that? You lot know you lot just broke the law.
He knows. He knows that you're not allowed to fucking search a postbag. It's literally illegal.
Do you understand?
Madness.
You lot are not allowed to touch them letters.
Why are they searching the mail? They are literally just PC plod. They are just PC plod. Every single copper is just PC plod. They don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Not just searching mail, but going through each letter one by one, very slowly, meticulously, while this guy's filming. Not asked. Not bothered. Absolutely mental. Absolutely mental. We got some more stuff to look at, chat. This account has been giving me a lot of life on Twitter when it's so bad. Let's take a look at this. What's the... Kick Champ, right? If you have a look at this, if you have a look at what this is, it's called Kick Champ, and it says most reliable news source, not impersonating anyone, right? Minecraft ass jawline. This guy says this post says Androgenic's top recruit Connor Murphy proved his jawline is 100% real and officially claimed the undisputed jawline crown. I refuse to believe that's real, man. I refuse to believe this is real. He's got a Norman Bates picture in the background. It can't be real. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom. I just got notified. What the fuck? I've been robbed? Wait, what? Are you okay? He's like the guy that only works out one arm. Built like a cow. He's going cow mode. Hey, Prof Weevil, how you doing? Welcome in. Hamster looking ass. He looks like a water canteen. You see, the thing is, I don't mind that we're saying this stuff about this guy because he's obviously like some psycho fucking incel, you know. I don't want to say it in the wrong way so that I get in trouble, you know. But he's not mogging, he's mooging. Moogie. Oh, that's great. Kairos, everybody, please go follow Kairos Rev. How you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. People do get crazy plastic surgery. I know they do, I know, but it is just... I feel like there's such a meta now about these looks maxing guys that I don't know whether to believe whether this guy is doing this or, you know, because he is on these incel looks maxing forums, he watches Clavicular or whatever, like apparently he is related to this androgenic guy. Androgenic is another apparently real guy. There's a video of him getting his literal wig snatched. Let me see if I can find that. This is the androgenic guy. The viral wig snatch that's dividing social media is such a crazy way to put this. I don't think it is dividing social media, but where's the video? Has the video been deleted? Has someone deleted the video? Oh no, it's there. Oh no, it's there. Okay, so I don't know much about these looks maxing guys. Right? I don't know much about them. Yeah? But what I do know is what they do what they appear to do is for some reason they have cortisol level meters when they're out in public streaming or whatever. What they do is they go out and they kind of just like look around at people and like make faces. They make faces like they're doing the Zoolander look. Yeah? Is that what they do? We used to call them twinks. I'm a trans man and I live in fear of these guys making this the standard for facial masculization surgery. Please let me look human in the distant future. Yeah, no, for real. Just about every looks maxer I've ever seen looks less attractive after the fact. They all seem to be like very similar to incels in that like incels look at their like face and they go, oh, I'm just like not that attractive and you know I might as well just lie down and rot and it's because of women and feminism and shit like that. And they all just look fine. They actually look generally aesthetically pleasing, you know? So apparently these guys just go out in public and look at each other. That's all they do. They look at each other or they look at other people in public and they just kind of do stuff like that. But this is the video that everyone's talking about. See, he's doing it now. He's just looking at people.
Whoa! What? No!
No! My mom's wearing a wig. That's crazy. Wait. What's wrong with this weird fucky video player? It's not. Do I have to like go on X? Yeah, I have to go on Twitter and do it that way. So yeah, these guys are apparently even wearing wigs. Before and after the wig snatch. Yeah. Everyone's talking about this. And I saw someone say that the way that everybody has been talking about looks maxing people, looks maxing guys, is that it's just kind of very, very queer coded. There's a lot of queer culture that they're like taking, you know what I mean? And I don't think they realize that they're doing it, but they are. And I'm so divided. The fact that this guy just got his wig snatched. His wig snatched in public is absolutely crazy. It's almost like his jawline changes as well. That's so wild. You know? HTS for mass people and men frequently calls alopecia, so I can see why for the wig. Wait, what's HTS? Hormone therapy supplements? Is that like the peptide shit that these guys do? Kairos. I don't know. No, he looks fine without the wig. This is what I mean. Like, you know, I'm a bald guy. I can't grow anything up here at all. I can grow an actual, just a horseshoe haircut. And it's been like that for me since I was 19, like 18, you know? And I think that HRT, I don't think that causes alopecia. I think that if you do HRT, I think like the testosterone just makes you bald because there's types of testosterone that make you bald, right? Unless there's something I don't know about. But he can actually grow something on the top. That's quite interesting, you know? That's actually quite fucking interesting to me. And he just, I don't know, I guess he just hates it so much that he wears a wig. I don't know why. Has this guy, like, not watched cartoons? Like, wait, if you watch cartoons growing up, you will have seen a guy getting their wig stolen and going, oh no, I'm bald. Like, this is the thing that can happen. This is why I have never, ever once in my entire life been persuaded by wigs, except for the time that I used to wear wigs on stream, but then I stopped doing that. He became the cartoon, exactly. My hairline is receding because of HRT and I'm on a big spiritual journey about it. Yeah. And you know, you could literally just, you know, you could just shave it off. Like, if you're that embarrassed about it, like, motherfucker's not got a bad head. You know, some people unfortunately have a bit of an interesting, different head shape, and that's fine. But, you know, they might not want to go bald because they're worried about that. But this guy has like a generally aesthetic fucking head shape. So, you know, I don't know. But will mule wear wigs? Maybe. This is quite weird to me. These guys are all about doing stuff to look good. Just get some minoxidil. Yeah, well, it's like Hunter Biden's bathroom just said. Hassan just publicized his routine to avoid hair loss. Yeah, you could do that. Or you could listen to trans women who have grown their hair back after transitioning. Yeah, Sophie was bald before transition. There are things that you could do. There are things you could do about this. Shave it off and mog people with your bald maxing and hashtag shiny head beauty. Yeah, exactly. That's what these guys don't get. They don't understand that that's how you actually mog the moids. You mog the moids. Yeah? That's what you do, right? I'm finally old, chat. Like, this has been the point. I tried to feel like I understood it when these fucking accounts started saying shit like this. But the guy... I'm just so sorry, man. Like, is what's happened here? Has he gotten like is this the buccal fat reduction operation that you get? Is that what that is? Buccal fat reduction? I don't even know what buccal... Should we do some learning, chat? Together with me? It's the aura science, as far as I can mog. Right, hang on a minute. Buccal fat removal is what it's called. Cleveland Clinic. Does anyone not regret buccal fat removal? Buccal fat. If I say this any more times, I'm going to lose my mind. People get buccal fat added. I guess you could do what you want. But I think like the most common thing that I see these guys do is this buccal fat removal thing. Buccal fat transfer to the jaw. Just like all like... Wait, what is buccal fat? Well, I'm trying to learn that now, actually. Let's see what the Cleveland Clinic says. It's between your cheekbones and your jaw bones in your face. These fat pads help make up the shape of your face. Buccal fat removal is a surgery to remove the fat in this area of your face. This can highlight the bone structure in your face, especially your cheekbones, and hollowed out areas between your cheeks and jawline. I feel like that stuff's really important for if you get chinned. If you get chinned, if you get punched in the face, you need that padding, otherwise you're just gonna break all the bones in your face. I don't know. Also, how does that video prove his jawline is real? It moved when he touched it. I don't know, man. I don't have a Scooby-Doo. I don't know what any of these guys are talking about. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Is that like... He doesn't look real, man. Like, do you know who he looks like? Does anyone remember this actor? He doesn't really look like this guy. But this guy is the actual original Jaw Master. No one can mog the classic, the utter legend, Robert Zadar. Yeah? Look at that jaw, chat. You just can't beat this. They do something like this. How to chew gum for a better jawline.
How's it going, everyone? So in this video, I'm going to talk about how to chew gum for a better jawline. So before I get started, please subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I do appreciate the support. It helps my channel grow. Please follow me on Instagram, Dillenberg999. So I've been getting a lot of questions, a lot of comments on my videos saying, do a video about your jawline. How do you get such a jawline? And my jawline right now, I'm not gonna lie, it's okay. A lot of people are saying it's really, really good, and I think, yeah, it's pretty good right now.
Bro, you look... I'm not being funny, man. Like, you just look average, and it's totally fine. It's totally, completely fine. Like, what are these people talking about? It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I understand that this is kind of, I don't think it's the same, because it's clearly not the same, right? It's obviously not the fucking same about the way that, like, women are forced to think about their appearance, right? Because that comes from decades of oppression of women. It's totally different. I do think it's funny that now some men are getting obsessed with this, because it's kind of like, well, I guess now you know the struggle for women a tiny bit, a little tiny bit. But yeah, no, I think broadly it just feels like body dysmorphia. Yeah. I think that that's just what it feels like. I feel like this guy looks at himself in the mirror and he's like, I look like a moid, and I get mogged all the time when I go out, and I don't get laid, and that's why. It's because I don't mog or some shit. You know what I mean? And it's the same, you know, I guess the actual antidote to this stuff is the same to what it has always been for incel related shit, which is just be nice and be normal and make friends with people, not even just like women, you know? Just make friends with all kinds of people of all kind of genders, and eventually you'll find one that likes you a lot, that would like to touch your bathing suit area, you know? Dudes would rather hit their jaws with hammers than go to therapy. You did say that they hit their jaws with hammers, didn't you? Wait, let's finish watching this.
But I was at the peak of my bulk. So I was at about 208 pounds. And since then, I've been cutting for about a month and a half. So I went from 208 down to 190. So I've dropped about 18 pounds.
He was 94 kilo.
Starting to comment like, hey, your jawline's looking really, 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 really good. It's because I'm losing weight.
He doesn't look like he would be anywhere near that.
Pounds, which I think will take.
I don't even think he doesn't even look muscly. What's going on?
I'm losing right now about 2 pounds a week. So it will probably take me about another month and a half, roughly.
Thank you for the blue fella.
Get me down to 175. At 175, you will see my.
It's called bone breaking. Really hang on a minute. 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 In this world where they are all saying, they're all creating new words like moid and jester maxing and mogging and all this business. Their new word, their new phrase for the technique where they hit their jaws with hammers so that they grow back stronger or whatever they think happens, they just called that what it is. Like, the way that Kairos said it in the chat was like, yeah, that's called bone breaking. And it's like, yes, it is. What do you mean? Yeah, of course it is. They're breaking their bones.
Really, really nicely. But
like, if someone said to me, that's called squoobers, I'd be like, all right, yeah, they made a new word for it. They called that squoobus. They called that squoob tubus. I would be like, all right, yeah, sound. So many of these guys are going to be so fucked up in 20 years, yeah.
I want to talk about is chewing gum. When I'm cutting weight, so when I'm losing weight, what I do all the time is I will constantly be chewing gum. I'm not even kidding. When we do our groceries for the week, every single...
I literally saw a section on Netflix yesterday that was like best jester maxing content. Gel King, do not look this up on stream. I think I do know what that is. It's going to be called Squeebus now. I'm pretty sure it's called Squibbly Meebles. Was that the joke? No, Squibbly Meebles is the character that me and Rob Rousseau came up with. Squibbly Meebles. I did research for the incel community, which largely overlaps with the Luxbaxing community for play. No. I believe you, but it's just so unbelievable. Like, they just like, oh yeah, I'm doing some bone breaking today. And it's like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, I'm just breaking my bones in my face. It's just so mad. What is jester maxing? What is that, Dr. Maggot? Is it just like having a laugh? Is it just being silly? Jester maxing taking over the internet. My 16-year-old son won't stop talking about jester maxing. It's brain rot for class clown. They just got a new word for class clown. That's all it is. It's just being a bit silly. They made a new word for having ADHD. I'm work maxing today, yeah.
Gum.
I feel
packs of gum, not just one pack of gum. I'll get packs that have 7, 8 packs of gum. And whenever I'm not eating, I'll just, if I'm walking by the counter, that's where I keep the gum. I'll grab a piece of gum, I'll start chewing it for a couple hours, and then randomly I'll just spit it out. I'll do whatever I'm doing for the day, and then maybe another.
If this worked, yeah, if this worked, every fucking Mancunian in Manchester would have the most Chad jawline you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm sorry, man, but people chew gum in Britain like it's going out of fashion, especially in Manchester. Like, what are you on about? I'm a fan of adding oid to the end of random words. Yeah. No, that is good. No, that is a good development that's happened in the world, for sure. Becoming a goofy little guy is much healthier than this. Yeah, it is. I need to shoot my phone from a cannon. Chewing a lot of gum can strengthen your jaw muscles. Yeah, no, I believe that part of it, but I don't think you're going to see any physical changes. They also mew, or whatever it's called. Mew maxing, says Yui. Hello, Yui6969696969. Mew maxing. I feel like smoking cigs kind of fucked up my jawline slightly. It's like your mouth breathing. Well, how many cigs were you smoking? Like 20 an hour? Were you just constantly smoking ciggies every day? I don't think smoking cigs will fuck up your jawline. I think smoking cigs, it gives you wrinkles because you're always like sucking on a straw kind of thing. So if you do it for like a lot of your life, then I think that'll happen. Yeah, I'm always TK maxing. Exactly. My dad chewed gum literally every waking moment of his life when he wasn't smoking and his jaw was normal. Yeah, there you go. I clench my jaw when I'm stressed so all the time and it didn't make a real visible change. Oh yeah, I do that all the time. I do that all the time. My jaw would be crazy, but you can't tell because I got a beard. These guys are giving themselves gender trauma despite being cis. Yeah. Yeah. That is what this clearly is. Smoking cigs will fuck up your jawline by giving you jawbone cancer. That's true. That's true. That's the way that it'll fuck that up.
Another hour goes by and I'll grab another piece of gum and I'll just keep chewing on it. The reason why I chew on the gum isn't necessarily for the jawline. It does help tremendously for the jawline, but that is not why I do it. Gum, what it does is it keeps your brain slightly active. So if you're just sitting there doing nothing, what I always do when I'm losing weight is I kind of think about food, which is terrible because then that makes you
hungry. He means to distract you.
Gum, I kind of have something to slightly distract me. Obviously, I'm not thinking about how to chew the gum every single second. It's just something that kind of keeps you a little activated, kind of like fidgeting. If you fidget with a pen, you'll notice in my videos a lot of times I'm holding a pen because I'm constantly fidgeting, if you will. And that's the same thing for chewing
fidgeting,
gum.
If you will.
It works tremendously for not only curbing your hunger, but also helping you to get a really good jawline. Why? Because chewing gum works your jawline muscles. Chew gum go for like 6 hours, literally chew gum for 6 hours straight. I've done it before and my jaw is just so sore. There's times throughout the day I have to stop chewing the gum because my jawline gets so sore.
Okay, shut up, dude. That's so stupid. I have to stop. I didn't even. I was just half listening to that because I was looking up something on the other screen and he just said, I have to stop chewing gum because my mouth hurts. Bro, get a life. Mew Mu maxing when a sigma maintains a perfect jawline by keeping the tongue on the roof of the mouth to assert their aura and dominance on the beta males and negative aura NPCs. Sigmas who mu max never get caught lacking and even mu max when sleeping. Brother, this is stress. Stress does that. Stress does that. What are you talking about? Can someone explain to me Bio 101? Why does it not work? No muscle on the jaw. The muscle that makes your jaw move is like here. It's here. Like you have like muscles in your face, innit? You know what I mean? A permanently clenched jaw is a sign of trauma. I think there's something really psychologically interesting about these men who are worried they're too soft, forming a club to clench their jaws together forever. Yeah. Yeah. Literally do anything else for 6 hours. It's so insane. Oh, hey, Walada. Oh, this is so crazy. Well, what they're doing, yeah, it's like PTSD maxing. What they're doing is like killology stuff. When Soph told me about killology, I was like, this can't be real, but it's real, and it's what they teach people who go in the army and cops and the IOF to do, so that they're just like fine with killing people, and it's all like the opposite of wellness. So it's don't ever stop thinking about all the bad things that might happen. Clench your jaw together, go really like tense all over your body all the time. They just do all of that. There you go. Arch your back, clench your jaw, ball up your fist, breathe fast, think every slur in your head. Yep. They're just doing that stuff, and they're like, this makes you hot. Nerd neck helps you kill more efficiently. Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say. This is genuinely just stress, though. If you have your tongue on the roof of your mouth, it is because you are like, it's a form of tensing, right? You're like, your tongue is a muscle and you're tensing a muscle. You know? It just burns out your soul or whatever you believe in. That is what it feels like, yeah. So there we go, chat. We've learned. And Robert Zadar remains, rest in peace, King, remains the king of jawline. Like, you just don't get a better jaw than that. Like, how could you possibly get a better jaw or face or head than that? He was just the king of that. And there you go. That's the end of that little segment. So there you go. Someone did this. Shout out to all the Morrowind enjoyers. With this character's mogging, the thread of lux maxing has been severed. Restore a save game to restore the aura of Riz, or persist in the cooked world you've created. What a swit. Nerevar, you've been mogged. I can't believe it. I never thought the Nerevar would fail in his mu maxing. Okay, there we go. All right, chat, we're getting on some real news. We're getting on some real actual news that affects the real world. It's the Gorton and Denton by-election. We're running through a little bit of this. Chat, it is by-election week in the UK. Very exciting stuff. The Gorton and Denton by-election, one of the most exciting by-elections that's ever happened in the history of England, to be honest. And it will possibly dictate or predict the playing field for how things are going to go in the future in the UK. It's very, very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. Now, what you will see here is an indication that I was correct in my analysis. Yeah? So, I have said before about the constituency of Gorton and Denton and how it is gonna go and how the divides in the local area will lead people to vote in different ways. And so, this is exactly what I was saying. Do you remember? In this area here, you have Gorton, Ardwick, Longsight, Levenshulme, Burnage, sort of North Burnage, and you're going into sort of like Fallowfield and Withington down here. And as I said, these are the more metropolitan area, and unfortunately there are some areas here that have got reform going on, but I think that this is just, if you see here, there's also some predictions that Labour are going to get in here as well. And you can see it gets further, as it goes further out, you can see that it gets more and more reform. This is Denton. This is exactly what I was saying, chat. This huge barrier between people mixing is leading people to end up having a twisted version of what people are like, and so they don't mind voting for a racist party, or because of the low voter turnout in these areas, they are going to end up just voting reform because it's a protest vote, you know? So it's that kind of stuff. This is exactly how I imagined it to be. Now, what's really interesting is that you have got some areas in Denton which are going green mode, according to this poll. So that is very interesting, and I think that that also signifies that I have been correct in my analysis, that a lot of people are just voting for who they think could end up being the right party to vote for as a protest vote. So this is the poll. It shows that the Green have a tenuous 4% lead, Labour on 26%, and the Tories on 5%. I know that Connor Will says Conservative 5% is hilarious. This is just kind of normal for this area. I don't think that the Conservatives have ever got more than 5% in this constituency. And I know that sounds crazy, like, why would people who historically voted Labour, why would they vote Reform? Again, it's a protest vote, right? They feel betrayed by Labour, they feel betrayed by the situation in this country, and they are just doing a protest vote, right? Vibes-based voting, yeah, absolutely. Hey, Benny Memes Necessary, and hello, Hippie Marshmallow, how are you doing? Several of these places will only be a couple of points between Greens and Reform, i.e. some of those are barely Reform or Green. Yep, absolutely, yep. How do the votes get counted? How much do the different white lines matter? That's a good question, and I don't know. That's surprising, but not complaining, yeah. Yeah. No, well, this is why the Reform swing is so, like, interesting. And when you see all these polls that keep coming out about Reform and how they're going to win and how they're getting loads of seats and stuff like that, it does only make sense if we look at the way that people are talking about it and the way that people have said that they're going to vote for Reform, like the reasons that they're going to vote for Reform, or the reasons that they wouldn't vote Green or wouldn't vote Labour. It just kind of shows that, yeah, people are just sick of the two establishment parties in this country, and they also think that the Greens are a bit too middle class. I just think that that's the only thing that the Greens are struggling with, to be honest. Hey, interesting stuff. What are the chat saying? Let's get out and vote, Max. Yeah, that's true. Several of these places will be... Oh, yeah, I already read that. Unbelievable that Labour is so high. What will it take? I just think that Labour is so high in these areas because they don't know what else to do. And they just don't believe that the Greens... because if you look at the places where Labour are high, there is like kind of an interesting mix between Green, Reform, and Labour. This is like a contested area. And I just think that what this is indicative of is like, so this area here is a working class area. It's definitely poorer. I would say that Longsight and Ardwick here are definitely the poorest areas in this map, aside from maybe this end of Denton and these ends of Denton. But this area here in particular in Gorton is massively... what's the word? It's just a poor area. It's just a poor area. And I think that this is indicative of the way in which contested working class areas like this will be sort of flip-flopping in and out of who they support, you know? I know a lot of these places have just voted Labour their entire lives, but it still baffles me at this point. I just think it's because people are checked out of politics. People do not think too hard about who they vote for, haven't thought too hard about who they vote for, and I think it's as simple as that for a lot of people, you know? Traditionally, this was Labour and the east part is more rural, or is this all city area? So it's all city area, but this area is just more cut off via, you can see here, there's a big ring road here. And in between, like this massive area here, you can see not many people live. Like in these big areas here, they don't have like a high population density. I've not seen many Labour canvassers. I saw some advance UK leafleters on Saturday. Are they running a candidate? Hey Kev, how's it going? Welcome in. Everybody please go follow Kevin Logan. How you doing, King? It's good to see you. Are they fielding a candidate in this constituency? Advance UK. That's crazy. The UK political candidates still wear a big ribbon on voting day. Yeah, some of them, yeah. I'm not sure if the Greens are carrying that on. This campaign has made me hate Labour on a personal level. They piss me off every time I see them. I view them as the same as Reform canvassers because they're both gunning for Reform victory. Yeah, they are. They're splitting the left vote 1,000%. They absolutely are. Like, if you look at this shit here, there is a tight lead in between Reform and the Greens, right? I guarantee if you look at the areas where these people are voting Labour, they are high-density, working-class areas where there is going to be a mix of people. And I guess that the Labour Party is just desperate to hang on to these votes. So they've been canvassing these areas over and over and over and over and over again. And probably just fucking lying to people, you know what I mean? Like, don't vote for the Reform, don't vote for Greens, it's so silly, it's such a stupid idea. Most people just aren't, like, locked into politics in the way that we are, chat, you know what I mean? But Labour are splitting the vote. Like, if Labour stood down, I think that a lot of these Reds would turn green. And potentially, if people knew that, maybe some of these Reform areas would also turn green. Labour would very straightforwardly rather lose to Reform. Yeah, they would. Yeah, they really, really would. Yeah. Because that's what Keir Starmer said. Keir Starmer has literally said a loss to the Greens in Gorton and Denton would be catastrophic. Or was it Keir Starmer that said it? Or is it Lucy Powell? It's all the fucking Labour briefcase cunts. Labour and Reform are way more aligned than either are with the Greens. Yes, that's true. But there are some people who still think that Labour is secretly left-wing. And I think that those people are the people who've been swayed by very basic policy stuff, like the school breakfast stuff that Labour have been doing. Because you notice they keep banging on about that. At every single conference, at every single press hearing, they bang on about, oh, the school breakfasts that we've been doing have been really, really good. It's really, really important and this, that, and the other. And I feel like that does make a difference for working class families with kids. However, you know, the Greens don't have an opportunity to say, well, you know, here's what we would do to make your lives better. And the people who aren't as locked into politics as we are just like, oh, well, Reform are just like I don't know, they're just like a new party that maybe might change things, you know what I mean? But then obviously there is going to be the dedicated minority that want to vote Reform because they're just racist. If Greens win, it means that people should vote Green, and that's worse for Labour, and in their minds, unsafe for the country because it splits the vote. Yeah, that's what they think. But I also think that I also think it's existential for Labour, because Labour have done this big right-wing lurch in the last 3 years that they are claiming is what has won them this massive landslide election. And if they lose any seat to the Greens, any fucking MP seat to the Greens, they would have to admit that, oh, actually, it was a bit of a fluke. Hannah Spencer made a great rebuttal to the free breakfast clubs that we shouldn't accept that some people struggle to feed their children. Yeah. That's how you combat that talking point. It's a very easily dismissible talking point, but unfortunately, Labour are the party in power, and they've been able to do this thing that means that they can showcase what they've done for the working class people in this country. If Green wins, it means I know different systems between the UK and US, but so conditioned to hate the phrase splitting the vote, it's solely utilized as a way to justify Democrats being shitty at almost everything. No, it is the same here, like Sophie said. Yeah, 1000%. I wonder how much of this comes down to Greens are going to let the immigrants in, Labour sucks, so reform it is. It's going to be a lot of that. A lot of people will see it as simply as that, unfortunately, yeah. They will see it as simply as that. And that's the real kind of thing that we have to fight. And this is also how, you know, chat, I'm not an electoral politics guy. I'm excited about this election because I think it would be incredibly good to see Labour utterly humiliated on a national scale, maybe even internationally as a result of this. And it would just be really good. But if we look at this through an organizing lens, this is a huge indicator that if you are in a working class organization like a tenant union or a trade union or an organization that does queer power building or power for women and stuff like that, you need to be making hubs in your local community for election education, for policy education, so that people can understand what it is that they're voting for. Because I guarantee a lot of people voting reform just do not know how much worse their life would be under reform. Like, they just don't know. And they don't want to be talked down to about it from some random person who knocks on the door. I'm sorry to all the canvassers. I know that you're doing a great job and you do the best that you can, but they will see it as, oh, I'm from the Green Party. They'll be like, well, you're middle class. I'm not listening to what you've got to say. They want someone who has helped them get their fucking repairs done from their social landlord, or help them tell their private landlord to fuck off and shove it, right? Who sits there and goes, listen, like, I know you want to vote reform and that, but have you not, like, looked at their policies and that? And they might go, oh, well, no, actually, like, I just was thinking about the migrants and that. And then you go, right, well, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. They want to cut the minimum wage. Don't you make minimum wage? Yeah. Well, why are you voting for that, you mad cunt? Do you know what I mean? It's just, like, you know, you need people who are for real. And when I say for real, I just mean on a level, helping people with the material conditions, and can talk to other working class people on a relational level. You know what I mean? It's the same strategy as with Trump appealing to very politically uninformed and alienated people with an anti-establishment brand. That is exactly what it is. It's MAGA UK, 1000%. Yeah. They've seen a 15-second video of Farage just saying that both the Tories and Labour are liars, and they've gone, yep, I'll vote for him. Absolutely. We are in short-form content election era shit. That's what's going on. For real. So this is a really interesting poll from Omnisis. Very, very exciting stuff. The election is going to be on Thursday, and I might cover it live. But let's have a little look here. Chat, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I love Manx.
Take this back. Look at this fucking shit. We don't want
You racist
Hi.
pricks.
It may take a moment to answer. Please wait.
You're on camera, no problem. You're on camera, don't worry, I'll make sure everyone knows who you are. Fuck off the front of my house and don't trespass again. Go! 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 Note the lack of a Sheffield accent. You're not even fucking from around here, are you?
Oh, is it Sheffield? Oh, I thought this was in Manchester. You're not even from round here, are you? That's so good, mate. What's Sophie saying? I feel like we don't appreciate enough, as very politically plugged in people, is that a bunch of people may have just never heard of the other parties or candidates and just seen a clip of their guy who's become their little blowbo. Yeah, that is what it is. Yeah. This was me with the Labour guys. Yeah, let's go. That's how it is. We know this person locally. Yeah, legend. Legende. Okay, let's take a little look at this article. Hannah wrote this is the Greens candidate, for those of you that don't know. This is the Green Party candidate. She wrote an article in The Guardian today. This election is an appeal for trust, a battle against fear, and a straight fight between Greens and Reform. Thursday's stakes could not be higher. We know Labour has failed and Farage's Reform is poisonous. I want to win Gorton and Denton as a fresh start. Hannah Spencer is the Green Party candidate in this week's Gorton and Denton by-election. Excuse me. I didn't grow up planning to be a politician. I'm a tradesperson from Manchester. I left school at 16 and been a plumber ever since. Last week, I also qualified as a plasterer with a distinction. So until now, I've spent my working life fixing homes. But after a year of watching things fall apart, I'm done waiting for someone else to change things. It's time to turn my hands fixing whole communities and join our Green MPs determined to repair our broken politics. Gorton and Denton deserves an MP rooted in this community, someone who works here, understands this place, and genuinely cares. After thousands of doorstep conversations, it's clear that people are done with Labour. This by-election is now a straight fight between the Green Party and Reform. Labour knows it, and Reform's candidate Matthew Goodwin knows it too. We've already debated 3 times. When Goodwin wanted another head-to-head, I declined. I'd rather spend my time doing what matters, speaking directly to the people I grew up with, the neighbours who make this proud, diverse community what it is. I'm fighting for lower bills for neighbourhoods scarred by austerity and underinvestment, and to stop the privatisation of the NHS. I felt many of the pressures my neighbours face, which is why I'm determined to take their voices to Parliament. I did invite Goodwin to join me for a proper day's work, getting under floorboards and fitting central heating. It might be useful experience for someone who spends so much time in TV studios. Oh! Hey, Dave Bot as well. Welcome in. How you doing? And hello, Apple Chips the video games. Good to see you as well. And Just Johnny. Good to see you all. Welcome in. While we're at it, we could talk about net zero. Tackling the climate crisis and making people's homes more comfortable isn't stupid, as Reform likes to claim. It's common sense, especially here. 1 in 3 households in Gorton and Denton live in fuel poverty. Insulating homes would keep people warm in winter, cool in summer, and slash bills. We've got some of the leakiest homes in Europe, as I know full well from working on hundreds of them. So why aren't we fixing them? Could it be because political parties have taken money from fossil fuel interests for too long? Yes! That is what it is. Those donors have nothing to gain from insulated homes, reduced energy use, and lower bills. We know that fossil fuel proponents and wealthy climate skeptics have been among those helping to bankroll Reform. We've always said this by-election is a battle between hope and hate. Reform UK has once again used immigration to whip up division. I understand people's frustration with the current system. I share it. I don't want to see $6 million a day of public money spent keeping people in asylum, seeking asylum in hotels. It's unfair when so many young people and families can't afford a home or are paying sky-high rents. But there's something that Reform never challenges. Britain's 3 biggest asylum housing contractors, Clear Springs, Serco, and Mears. You've heard me talk about Serco before, chat. They have one of the biggest contracts for housing asylum seekers, dealing with deportations and all of that kind of shit. They are set for record profits in 2025, hundreds of millions of pounds paid by taxpayers. Instead, it points the finger at vulnerable people fleeing war and persecution. As a local councillor, I've seen that people seeking asylum don't want to sit in hotel rooms. I know I wouldn't. They want to be out working. I've seen a group of lads plant 500 bulbs in a local park. They were desperate to contribute. They have skills. We have a skills shortage, yet they're trapped, forced to listen to the divisive rhetoric of Reform and far-right thugs shouting abuse outside their windows. But this is not who we are in Manchester. We're not living on what Keir Starmer once called an island of strangers, and we don't want our immigrant neighbours living in fear. We look out for each other, we graft together, and we muddle along. Our city has a long and proud history of welcoming people because we know we're stronger for it. The support Green members and activists have brought, many local, many travelling from across the country, has been overwhelming. After nearly 20,000 doorstep conversations, one message rings out: people want to trust politics again. I want to rebuild that trust. Politics shouldn't be something done to people, it should be done with us. The people who keep this country going deserve a real say in how it's run. Oh, they should have fucking people's assemblies, mate! They should have that! If I'm elected on Thursday, it'll send shockwaves through the political establishment and show that the old way of doing politics is over. And once I get my foot in the door, I'll hold it open for others to follow. The establishment's days are numbered. That's a pretty decent article. I quite like it. Yep. Pretty decent. Pretty fucking decent. What else we got here? We got Diane Abbott talking about some related UK politics stuff that we're just going to finish off this segment with. Diane Abbott says, this is outrageous and completely unjustifiable. Their demand was simply that there be an independent inquiry into the election of a paedophile councillor. Instead, they got deselected. Labour deselects 3 councillors for wanting inquiry into paedophile. Why can we never hear the words the British Isles without putting the word pedoff in front of them? Alright, this is a piece from the Canary. Keir Starmer's Labour Party has deselected 3 Labour councillors and blocked them contesting May's local elections. Punishment for demanding an independent inquiry into the election of a paedophile councillor. It's just mental, chat. Like, this is where we're up to. Hey Krill, how you doing? When Claire Johnson, one of the 3, successfully overturned the centralised deselection, just the party orchestrated the local branch's selection vote to ensure she couldn't stand. The councillor's primary crime appears to have been to demand the debate on Labour's 2023 selection of paedophile Tom Dewey. Party officials already knew when they confirmed his candidacy that Dewey had been charged for possessing the most serious categories of child rape images. Dewey subsequently admitted the offences and was convicted and added to the sex offender register. When local women party members tried to discuss the issue, Labour locked them out of its systems to prevent them. Dewey was an organiser for right-wing pressure group Labour First, which supports Keir Starmer and is rabidly pro-Israel. Why are they always pedos? And why do they always love Israel? You know, I stopped bringing this up because it was getting a bit like, I don't know. It was making me seem like a bit of a fucking... a bit of a nutter, right? It was making me seem like a bit of a nutter bringing this up so much. But I cannot stress this enough. This is an article from 2020. This is an article from 2020. How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. Israel has a massive fucking pedophile problem because it keeps saying, don't worry, if you get accused, if you get found out, if there's an investigation, just come and do Aliyah and you can come and settle here and don't worry about it. Also, the Knesset has been trying to reduce the age of consent to like 13 for fucking years. Yeah, cool. Good stuff. Good fucking stuff. Why are they always Israel supporters and why are they always pedos? That's why. Hackney Mayor Philip Glanville was later suspended and forced to step down after images surfaced of him partying with Dewey after Dewey's arrest. Starmer is still reeling from his decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as his senior advisor and ambassador to the US, knowing Mandelson had been close to the convicted child rapist Jeffrey Epstein. Mandelson's protege Morgan McSweeney resigned last week as Starmer's chief of staff in an unsuccessful attempt to take the heat off his boss. The heat is well deserved. Under Starmer, Labour has a deep, ongoing paedophile and sex offender problem. Yes, it fucking does. It also has a fucking Zionist problem and a racism problem. It is easily the worst version of the Labour Party that has ever existed. Sorry. Starmer followed his Mandelson fiasco with another Labour Nonsberg scandal. Okay, yeah, that's what we're calling it. The Labour Nonsberg. How deep does the Labour paedophile iceberg go? The Labour paedophile iceberg explained, aka the Nonceberg. Over his decision to award a peerage to his former advisor Matthew Doyle, Starmer knew when he recommended Doyle that Doyle had campaigned for the election of notorious Scottish Labour paedophile Sean Morton. Earlier this month, female MPs complained to Starmer that Labour is now known as a party of paedophiles. Yeah, they are. Without mentioning the victims, Labour's white feminists have routinely ignored the plight of victims. Meanwhile, Starmer's record as Labour leader is an appalling continuation of the impunity of celebrity paedophiles when he ran the Crown Prosecution Service. As well as the cases of Mandelson, Doyle and Morton, Starmer welcomed the London MP Neil Coyle back under the Labour whip, despite Coyle being found by Parliament to have sexually harassed a staffer, as well as racially abusing a Chinese-British man. Turned a blind eye to then Chester MP Chris Matheson's sexual harassment. Neither Starmer nor the party machine suspended him, pending the outcome of the investigation, as would be usual practice to protect the women around him. Protected at least 2 further alleged sex pests on his front bench. This issue is so endemic among Starmer's right-wing, pro-Israel faction as to be basically diagnostic, as well as Hackney councillor Dewey, friend of Israel, Liren Velleman, has just been convicted of repeated sex crimes against a 13-year-old girl. Ivor Kaplan was arrested in a sting operation as he allegedly attempted to meet a 15-year-old boy for sex. That was former Blair minister. Local police went after local left-winger Greg Hadfield for his exposing the explicit content Kaplan posted on his X feed. Hadfield defeated the vexatious charge in November 2025. Well, he called it a vexatious charge. However, no charges have yet been brought against... Hadfield. Sorry, this is the left-winger. Hadfield defeated the vexatious charge in November 2025. No charges have been brought against Kaplan, and a court did not impose bail conditions after his initial bail expired. In March 2025, Sam Gould, another Jewish Labour movement activist who worked for Starmer's Health Secretary Wes Streeting, quit as a Redbridge councillor after being convicted on 2 separate counts of indecent exposure to a 13-year-old girl. This is crazy! I actually didn't know how many fucking pedos were in the fucking Labour Party recently, but it's way more than we thought. There are a few of these issues, like Israel offered safe haven to alleged collective pedophiles and sex pests. In this case, sure, accusations of SA have historically been used to justify bigotry, minorities of certain ethnicity, but to anyone who has objections to discussing it, I would simply advise them to divert their appeal to Israel to stop harboring pedophiles. Correct! The following month, Dan Norris MP, an ally of Keir Starmer, was arrested over allegations of rape, child sex offences, and child abduction. Avon and Somerset Police says this investigation is still ongoing. The same Dan Norris was arrested again in February 2026 for alleged rape and sexual assault. This is mad. It is the entire British establishment, yeah. It absolutely is. Sacked whistleblower. Perhaps most seriously, Starmer and his then sidekick David Evans covered up Jewish whistleblower Elena Cohen's allegations of serial abuse of women by a party staffer. Cohen repeatedly warned Starmer and Evans that a staffer working for them, Perry Barr MP Khalid Mahmood, and allegedly Mahmood's lover, was engaged in sadistic and criminal abuse of vulnerable Muslim women. The victims were fleeing domestic violence, allegedly inflicted through the now defunct domestic violence charity that she ran. Starmer and Evans did nothing. Mahmood remained on Starmer's front bench, and Cohen was sacked from her role as a parliamentary aide. One of the victims gave evidence at Cohen's successful wrongful dismissal tribunal. She spoke of the horrific abuse she and others suffered. This included blackmail and sexual exploitation. Her evidence was not challenged by Mahmood or his lawyers. At the tribunal, Mahmood admitted under oath that he personally made sure that Starmer was aware of Cohen's allegations. Labour's sex offender problem is mountainous, as is Starmer's protection of them and his contempt for their victims. All of this has been almost entirely ignored by mainstream media. For more on the Epstein files, please read the Canary's article by Canary self-promotion there, but there you go. So yeah, Labour Party's doing really well, isn't it? I'm sure it's going to be fine. What else is the Labour Party doing? Yet another crap video from another Labour MP, Josh Simons MP, attacking me and lefties, showing us exactly who they are. They serve only power and wealth. So this is John Simons MP. And apparently it's on TikTok. I've got TikTok up here. So let's have a look and see if we can find Josh Simons MP. Yeah, there he is. Let's see if we can find this. Oh yeah, here we go. It looks like it's this one.
Zach Polanski and nuclear power. Here's
Oh my god, what the fuck are these noises, bro?
what you've
Bro
not
thinks
heard.
he's in a video
We in this
game.
country haven't built nuclear for decades because lefties keep saying that if you build nuclear, the end of the world will follow. Zach Polanski is one of those people. That's why your energy bills are higher. That's why Putin's boot is on our throat right where he wants it. To solve
Oh my god, bro, this is crazy.
it, to solve where he wants
They got the fucking they got the fucking Soviet flag talking about Putin and lefties. This guy is supposed to be a fucking Labour MP. Labour just can't pretend to be... They just can't pretend to be left-wing anymore. This is, like, insane. It's completely fucking deranged. Like, who is this cunt? Most cleanest power, by the way. A Labour MP using lefties as a slur. Vote Green. Yes, correct. Except he hasn't, has he? Wait, what? He hasn't what? So Labour isn't on the left? Yeah, vote Green, exactly. It is so insane saying lefties like that. It's just so crazy. Krill, thank you so much for gifting us subs to Hunter Biden's bathroom. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Where are these lefties? Do they exist in Britain? All of these anti-nuclear lefties were left in the 80s, 90s here in the US. Oh. They want to build nuclear in the middle of nature reserves instead of like an industrial site. Deranged, yeah. I think that, you know, that's probably what they've been talking about. All right. We've got a little report from The Telegraph on the Gorton and Denton by-election. Let's have a little look and see
What does being British mean to you?
Oh goodness,
what the fuck they're talking about.
This is a key question which Reform's candidate Matt Goodwin has been asking ahead of the election in Gorton and Denton.
So what do you think it means to be British?
Born in Britain. I think we've lost our identity.
What? Morning Britain?
So what do you think it means to be British?
Born in Britain. I think we...
Oh, he said born in Britain. Subtitles.
We've lost our identity.
We never fucking had one.
The Muslim vote.
I would, yeah.
It's here that Andrew Gwynn resigned last year, leaving the space open. There are three key riders for the seat: Labour, Green and Reform.
We will speak for everybody.
I'm thinking of going for reform. Matthew Godwin imported material here.
I think the Labour have a good support for the immigrant people.
Andy Berman. If
Like, this is what I mean about, like, not being politically plugged in. How can you sit there and say that Labour support immigrants? You know? You just can't.
he would have come, I was going to vote for him.
That Green candidate on TikTok has a lot of videos on the topic. I forgot her name. You played her on stream before. Green candidate on TikTok. What, you mean Hannah Spencer?
But if he's not that, I'm voting for reform.
The seat is currently the 6th safest Labour seat in the UK, and so if Reform got in here, it would be quite a monumental shift and send a very clear message to Keir Starmer.
The Telegraph are just going to spend this whole video glazing Reform, aren't they? They're not going to talk about the Greens at all. That's so funny.
So what do you think it means to be British?
Skin-crawlingly posh, yeah.
Oh goodness, it's a big question. I think obviously everybody has their own definition. I would say it's about things like equality before the law, belief in free speech, individual liberty, respect for our history, our distinctive political culture.
Do you think you have to be white to be British?
No, I don't think you have to be white.
I don't know, literally right where she is yesterday. And not the doors she's walking past. Hell yeah. Good work, hippie. Not Hannah? Okay. She's pure cheesed at the prospect of the fascist winning. Yeah, she really is, yeah.
British. I think Britishness has always been a nationality. that people have been able to identify with and embrace. So no, I don't, in my mind.
Yeah, but your party wants to deport every single person who wasn't born in Britain. So make it make sense, brother.
I don't think Britishness is about race and ethnicity, no.
Yeah, but it is though, for you.
Well, I think Englishness is an ethnicity, whereas Britishness is a nationality, so...
Englishness is a fucking ethnicity, bro, what? Englishness is a nationality. The country is called England. Called England. He is an idiot. He's actually an idiot. Oh, Danica Priest? Yeah, I like Danica Priest. Yeah, she's great. She does a lot of good stuff about development and environmental stuff and regulations and what have you. Does he mean Anglo-Saxon? I guess he's trying to do... I think he knows that if he said Anglo-Saxon, he would sound like an idiot. I think that's what it is. I think he would be like, oh, that would sound too racist. I don't know.
The reason we ask Americans, are you English, is because Englishness is an ethnicity on their census.
Wait, what? The reason we ask Americans what?
Are you English, is because Englishness is an ethnicity on their census.
What? Brother, what? Englishness?
So that's got a much more distinctive history. It's got a much more distinctive ancestry.
You see, right? Okay, let's do a little bit of big brain analysis, chat. Right, we're doing a bit of big brain analysis. The reason that people will eat this slop up, yeah. The reason that people will eat this fucking slop up is because the state and the imperial court has so successfully erased any kind of actual ethnic identity that so-called indigenous Brits could have, right? You know, when I've spoken about the things that we've spoken about, me and Sophie, with people at the ZAD, where they've spoken about their Britannia identity and how the state erases Britannia identity. Like, Britannia is like, you know, a historic ethnicity in France, and in England we don't even have that. We don't even know, like, you know, would you be a Mercian? Would you be like a Northumbrian? Would you be, you know, what is our connection to the land? What is our history? Yada yada. It's all been so successfully fucking erased by the state that now people like Matt Goodwin can just go, oh yeah, English is an ethnicity, and it's because Englishness is a thing that you have to put on the census when you're in America. What do you mean? They could just chat whatever rubbish they want and people will just eat it up. It's just slopped over, you know what I mean? Like, people are just slopping it up and slopping it out and everyone's just consuming it, and it's like, oh, great. Part of my family are Manx originally, and I wish I knew more about that. Yeah, I think Manx are it's Isle of Man, right? It's very exciting to learn that, like, you know, that actual, like, connection to the land that you might have. I had a US American ask me if we spoke English in England before. Well, so some of my friends went to New Zealand, Aotearoa, over Christmas and February, and they said that when they were there for such a long time, they spent a lot of time in Wellington, a lot of time in Auckland, a lot of time in other places all over the islands. And they said that when some people heard their accent, they went, oh my God, is your country okay? Right? Is your country okay? It's been invaded, hasn't it? Like, these are like real things that some Kiwis, obviously white Kiwis, it weren't like Maori people who were saying this to him, or like, you know, racialized Kiwis. It was like white Kiwis, you know what I mean? Who were just saying this shit. Is your country okay? It's been invaded, hasn't it? They have Sharia law. My fucking mates were just like, what are you talking about? So, an American asking if you spoke English in England sounds like something that those fucking Kiwis would say, because they're so, like, brainwashed about what's happened in in America, in the UK, sorry, they really think that everyone is speaking Arabic or some shit now. Like, they think that it's Sharia law. So, you know, that's what that is. You know what I mean? That'd be Pakea, because they hate being called that. Well, it's just the Maori word for colonizer or white, right? It's ridiculous that they like... It's ridiculous that they don't like being called that. It's just another word for them in a different language. Hey, Bella's Free, welcome in as well. How you doing? Good to see you. So, yeah. British expats are some of the most racist people alive. Well, these weren't British expats. These were, well, I guess you could count. Well, they're colonizers, right? You know? In Shakira court, you must swear your hips don't lie. Yeah, it's very true.
And while technically it is possible to not be white and be English, Englishness refers to a very distinctive group that can trace its roots back on these islands hundreds of years, if not thousands.
And by the way, this Englishness that he's talking about is kind of another recuperation technique by the right. So sometimes, chat, you will hear right-wing people say things that sound a bit woke. And you're like, that's so interesting. They're using that. Don't they know that that sounds woke? That's weird. But it's recuperation. And it's because they hear us talking about real concepts like whiteness, blackness, stuff like this. You know what I mean? Queerness. And they go, we got to have some of that because we got to stay relevant. That's what recuperation is. And that's what's going on here when he's using the word Englishness. Englishness. Like, it's not... Like, what are you talking about? Like, Englishness is when you, like, drink a cup of tea like this or wear a top hat. Like, what are you on about?
We know in the census that we have a significant number of people in this country overall who embrace what the census calls a non-UK identity. So they don't embrace Englishness and they don't embrace Britishness. They actually say openly they don't identify with the United Kingdom at all. I personally think that's problematic.
You see what I mean? Problematic. Motherfucker said, that's problematic actually. That's problematic actually.
People who are not embracing our language, our values, our culture, our history.
I wanted to understand whether Matt was concerned if his narrow definition of Englishness risked alienating voters.
How do you hope to win their votes within your constituency then?
Well, the one thing I would say about this campaign, the Labour Party's talking about the Labour Party, the Green Party's talking about Gaza, I'm talking about Gorton and Denton. The Labour Party is under police...
What are you talking about? The Labour Party's talking about the Labour Party, the Green Party's talking about Gaza. I mean, the Green Party's talking about other stuff.
He's talking about Gaza. I'm talking about Gorton and Denton. The Labour Party is under police investigation for offering free food in exchange for political support. And the Green...
I don't think that's true. What? Hey, what? I don't... Listen, I don't like Labour, but what are you saying? Labour investigation... This must hit so hard if you're stupid. Labour investigation, free food, political support. 6 days ago, Labour's bribed vote. Police probe claims Labour bribed voters with food. There's two articles about this, one in the Independent and one in the Telegraph. I'm going to read the Independent one. Bribed voters with food to support by-election candidate. Oh, that's so interesting. Labour battling to hold Gorton and Denton against fierce challenge from the Greens, Nigel Farage. Police are investigating bribe voters with an upcoming probe comes after a video emerged of an event where attendees were holding up posters, "If you want to get fed." The dinner is thought to have been organised as part of Labour's campaign to win next week's Gorton and Denton by-election. We're aware investigations are ongoing. The dinner in Manchester is reported to have been attended by around 600 people, including Lucy Powell. Oh my god. Over the course of this by-election chat, my MP has been publicised in ways I never thought possible. Chat, this is my MP. Labour sources claim the event was not in breach of electoral law because rules against so-called treating will still allow what is known as ordinary hospitality. An offence is deemed treating if parties provide food, drink, or entertainment to corruptly influence any voter. A video released online on Monday appeared to show attendees being asked to support the Labour candidate if they wanted to be given free food. I think that sounds like it could be... I think that sounds like it could be bad management. And that, like, they know that they shouldn't be doing that, but they didn't manage their canvases properly. So their canvases just said something like this. I know I'm giving the Labour Party a charitable read now. Yeah. But I do think that that is a thing that could have happened. A man could be here telling all those in the room there needs to be a sea of red Angeliki posters in this hall. If you want to get fed, I've been told you have to hold one of these up. That could easily be that could be a joke. You know? He's going to a hearing or something for the lack of an imprint on a widely distributed leaflet. So he's going to be out of commission for 3 hours right before the election. Yeah. No, yeah, that fucking thing. We saw it on the stream last week. The weird letter thing. Very bad. Very, very bad call by Reform. I wouldn't do it. That's election interference.
Distributing leaflets in Urdu and Punjabi while talking about the Muslim vote. They are two parties that are lecturing everybody else about division while being openly divisive. They are running.
Why are they being openly divisive when, like, printing accessible leaflets? Yeah, it's just say anything. It's just say anything. Say anything hours all the time. It's the year of say anything.
Running their campaigns on communal.
Hey, Mr. Dank, they discombobulated Reform.
I'm the only candidate at this election who's saying, I'm going to speak for everybody in Gorton and Denton. I'm going to speak for the whole.
Right, okay, he's implying that the Green Party are only publishing material in Urdu and Punjabi. Also, Urdu and Punjabi, by the way, he's such a grifter, this cunt. He's such a grifter. Urdu and Punjabi is particularly a very specific call to racists of a particular age, because who speaks Urdu or Punjabi, chat? Pakistanis or Indians? Yeah? Urdu or Punjabi. You're going to be Pakistani, Indian. That's the language that you're likely to speak. So, who hates Pakistanis? Old school racists. Yeah? That was what it was all about. In the 2000s, in the 90s, when they were supporting the BNP and shit like that, going out and they would call it P-word bashing, yeah, just like the shortened version of the word Pakistani. Afghans and Indians also speak Punjabi, yeah, but they're not gonna know about Afghans speaking Punjabi. They're not gonna know about that. Yeah, they're just not going to know about Afghans. And I mean, some of them might. Some of them might specifically hate Afghans. We just don't have like a massive Afghani migrant population that happened in like the 90s and the 80s in the same way. It is specifically to call to that like old school version of hating migrants, right? That's absolutely what it is.
Community, not just one community, but the whole community. And I think that in itself reflects one of the ironies that's run through.
Yeah, my dad's old school racist. He hates Indians and Pakistanis. Yeah, exactly. Like if you were about in the 80s and the 90s and you were a racist, that was all it was.
You've got left-wing parties.
Boomer racism, yeah. Well, more Gen X, yeah.
Openly divisive. And you've got the Reform Party, which is often accused of being divisive, but is actually the unity campaign. So
we're a unity campaign because we just speak in English.
And we will speak for everybody.
Matt hopes that his focus on British and English identity will translate to votes in this election. But does that resonate with the people here in Gorton and Denton? So what do you think
We spoke to several old white racists.
it means to be British?
Born in Britain.
To be proud of your heritage. Not sure anymore.
Literally, we spoke. We badly edited these 5 old racists and 1 young woman working as a barista.
One of the things that
Matt Goodwin's been talking a lot about is like Britishness and identity.
I believe in that, yeah.
What do you think?
I believe in it, he says!
I think we've lost our identity. I do.
In what way?
Well, I think there's too many foreigners in the country.
Oh, yeah, there's too many foreigners in the country and we've lost our identity. That's what it is. I remember back in there when you used to go fucking Bernard Manning's club in Harper. Remember that? And he just used to make jokes about the Chinese. You remember that? That was great, that. You could just say whatever you wanted. And that was great. Wasn't it great when we all couldn't eat, but you could be racist?
Trying to change the ways we live.
How? What?
Matt Goodwin is going to change things then?
Well, I don't think he'll change it in local, but when the general election comes and they get the Reform Party in or something, then perhaps then.
The brain on this boy, mate. The brain on this boy is popping out of his fucking head. Do you think Matt Goodwin's going to change things? He goes, well, not straight away, but if they get elected, then yeah, probably. Shut up.
We're going to change it in local, but when the general election comes and they get the Reform Party in or something, then perhaps then.
Oh, wait, hang on. He doesn't think it's going to change it in the local. Wait. So he's not thinking about Matt Goodwin in the by-election. He's thinking about the local elections, but also, right, because this guy is specifically thinking about deporting foreigners, right? That's what he's thinking. So he's like, will Matt Goodwin deport foreigners? Yes, if Reform win the general election. And he's probably right about that.
Not at the moment.
But you would vote for Reform?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
When do you think you changed your mind?
Keir Starmer changed my mind, and he's changed a lot of other people's minds.
Had you always been a Labour voter?
Yeah, but always been a Labour. Always.
So this, and that's the crazy thing, man, is that this guy voted for Jeremy Corbyn. If he has always been a Labour voter, he voted for Jeremy Corbyn. The Jam Grandad. The anti-Semite Jam Grandad. Who loved Stalin. And all the papers were talking about it, but my man is like, no, I'm gonna vote for Reform now. Like, brother, please. Oh, I'm begging you to fucking get a brain. Go to the brain shop.
From what I know, I think he just wants to get Asians out. Reform.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me angry because I've been here most of my life and I've paid my taxes, I've done my work, and I think this is my country and I'm British. So I don't want a party telling me I'm not British because of my skin colour. Yeah?
What do you think it means to be British?
British values.
What are they?
British values like, you asked me for my permission to vote. That's one of these things. Respect, mutual respect. My understanding is...
This guy can actually explain British values better than any fucking white racist, to be honest. That guy was waiting for an opportunity to give him the green light to be explicitly racist. Yeah, definitely.
Reform just wants white people.
Do you think Reform are racist?
I would, yeah, but yeah, I would say that. I've lost faith in Labour. I'm looking at the Green Party, but I'm not going to vote for Reform.
I'm thinking of going for Reform.
And how do you feel when he speaks about kind of immigrants and says, we need to stop the number of immigrants coming in?
Well, the thing is, it's just politics, to be honest with you.
This guy's a landlord, without a shadow of a doubt. The reason that he's saying this is just politics is because he looked at Reform's policies on landlords, HMO licenses, all that kind of stuff, and he was like, doesn't seem like they're going to stop me from doing any of that stuff. So, they're the party for me.
It's just to bring something up to get people's attention. Not everybody's got 100%. So, you give and take. So, we're willing to give that way if he can make us proud of being British again.
What?
Nearly 57, 58. So we've been working. We're working class people.
Don't believe
Do
you.
you feel that reform represents you?
Well, at the moment, we've got nobody else.
Who do you think you'll be voting for this time?
Labour.
I like your party a lot. Jeremy Corbyn's.
Muslims make up.
She wants to vote for fucking Jeremy Corbyn's party. Just look at the Greens. Okay, maybe that guy's not a landlord then. I don't know. It's confusing. I will say I've seen more Labour banners than poster boards. I'm pretty sure it's landlords being approached or maybe even bribed by Labour to put them up instead of the people who live in the houses. Well, look, the people who want Labour to stay in power and they are definitely landlords, right? They're definitely people with corporate interests and they are people who are interested in the, or maybe they work for the Labour Party, right? And the kind of people who are gonna vote for Labour or want to vote for Reform or Labour are petty bourgeois, small business owners. But you see, the thing is that they will be not voting for Labour this time. No, they won't vote for Labour because Labour fucked over small business owners in the last budget. So a lot of them are going to be going to Reform because Reform are talking about cutting taxes. This is why all of that talk about Labour is taxing people, like when you think about, like, they're saying, oh, Labour's taxing people, and it's like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, income tax hasn't gone up. You know, there's been national insurance contributions, I think, have gone up, but only a little bit. And the tax that they are specifically talking about is things like business rates, business tax for small businesses, VAT, all this kind of shit that affects small businesses. You know what I mean? And that is why those people are going to end up voting for Reform, because Reform is just concentrating on that, like, Labour is bringing up taxes. They're you know, they're making you pay more tax. They're making you do more stuff, and that's broadly true for petty bourgeois small business owners and even medium-sized business owners. As soon as you get to the corporate level, you know, the budget was made entirely for the city of London. That's what that one economist that I watch sometimes, I can't remember his name, Richard so-and-so, that's what he was talking about in terms of Rachel Reeves' last budget. Is your party totally not relevant? No, unfortunately, they are not ready at this point to be making a candidate for this election, unfortunately. Have you heard of Barry's Economics? Yeah, we looked at him on stream last week. Yeah, he's pretty good. Pretty good.
About 30% of the electorate here in Gorton and Denton, so they're a really important part of the voter base.
Did I see lesbian hot sauce in here a little while ago? I'm sorry if I missed you. Sorry, comrade. Just reminded me that I saw you in the chat. Everyone go follow lesbian hot sauce.
At the election, who do you want to win?
My vote is always for Labour.
Maybe I'm green. Last time I voted Labour.
I prefer to vote to the Labour Party. I think the Labour have a good support for the immigrant people.
Matt Goodwin wants to talk about who is British, who is English, and who is neither. But for some voters here, it is Matt who is the outsider.
And the main thing is Matthew Gorton is imported material. He's not from Gorton or Denton. He just imported.
I wouldn't vote Reform.
Why is that?
Because the candidate comes from down south, so he doesn't know the area.
They really tried so hard. I love it that people just know that. I just love it that people know that. He tried so hard to fucking market himself on, like, having lived in Manchester for a couple of years, but as soon as he... You know, if you speak to someone... If you're in Mank, if you've lived in Manchester your whole life, and you speak to someone and you hear the voice, and you could be somewhere like Spain or something, and you go, "Are you from Manchester?" And they'll go, "Yeah, I'm from Oldham," and you'll be like, "Oh, it's fucking Manchester." You just know, innit? Even if they've lived in Spain for years, right? As soon as you hear that guy's voice, you know he's not a Mank. And people just know. It's so fucking paper thin.
Personally, being an immigrant,
that's the number one thing we're told to tell Reform voters on the doorstep. Yeah, because he's just fucking lying. He's just saying that he is from Manchester. He's lived for 2 years studying at the uni, 3 years studying at the Uni of Salford. Then he left and went to fucking Canada, and then he came back and lived in Kent for a bit or something. Oh no, and then he came back here and he worked here for a couple of years at the Uni of Manchester, and then he went to Kent, and he's lived in Kent for his whole fucking life.
So against illegal immigration, like the people who's coming on boards and that kind of stuff, I'm paying taxes. So that's hurt me, that my taxes is going to somewhere else which shouldn't be. So yeah, but end of the day, yeah, Matthew Gorton is imported material here.
But there is one local man whose name is on many voters' lips, but not on the ballot paper.
Andy Berman wanted to come and stand for Gorton and Denton elections, and I think so they blocked him. That's a dirty politics.
Andy Byrne is very well liked in Manchester.
He's been our mayor for a very long time. He's done good things.
You see, this is why Labour absolutely shot themselves in the foot by blocking Andy Burnham. Do you see what I'm talking about, chat? Do you see what I was saying? It is so completely insane. It is all because Keir Starmer just wants to be the boss of the party. It's because he doesn't want a leadership challenge. Andy Burnham's politics aren't even that good. I'm telling you, chat, they're not even that good. They're just a bit more left-wing. No, he was simply blocked because Keir Starmer doesn't want a leadership challenge. Andy Burnham has made his career trajectory ideas known for a long time. And Keir Starmer knows that he was going to run for Prime Minister. And I think that he probably would have won. And it probably would have been the only reason that the Labour Party would survive. He did too good and upset the wet paper towel. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's mine. You can't have it. No.
If he'd have been the Labour candidate for Denton and Gorton, it might have been a different outcome.
If he would have come, it would have made a difference. I was going to vote for him. But if he's not there, I'm voting for reform.
Like, it's as simple as that. They gave this fucking election to Reform by, well, maybe not Reform, hopefully the Greens. But if Reform win, Labour will have given this election to Reform because Keir Starmer is just obsessed with power. It's so absolutely fucking mental. Anyway, we've got more Manchester-related news coming up, but chat, you will probably see that I've been streaming for 2 hours. Please consider supporting me for the work that I do on stream. It's my full-time job here at the minute. It's a terrible month for me, even though obviously, the dono goal at the top of the screen is definitely not enough to cover my rent, food, or bills. I get topped up by Universal Credit, but this month I am getting sanctioned £13 a day until Wednesday when I go to the Universal Credit meeting. So please consider dropping me some dough if you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something. Please consider going to the Streamlabs tip link in the chat. Help me pay my bills, help me pay my rent, help me eat, and also consider the boy. Hey Raven Payne, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, so there you go. There's the call to action. You can also subscribe on Twitch. It's up to you. We've also got a sub goal. £30 a day is insane. Yeah, no, it's bad considering I was only getting like, I would make, if I hit the dono goal in the stream, I get £500 from here. Krill!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass!
With the tenner. Thank you so much for giving me the tenner. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, you legend. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I would make £500 on here, and then I get roughly 250 quid from subs. So that is like 750 quid. And then I get like another £200 from Patreon. So it's about £950 that I make a month. And obviously that's if I hit the dono goal. We didn't hit the dono goal last month. And Universal Credit normally top me up about 300 quid. If I make that amount of money, they normally give me about like 300 quid. So, you know, 300 quid, how many days have I been sanctioned for? It's literally from the, I don't know, when was it, chat? Do you remember? It's like 2 weeks ago or something. So for 2 weeks, £13 a day, it's basically 200 quid. So I'm only going to get £100 more this month. It's not great. Carl Alra, I heard that Keir Starmer put part of his essence into a magical ring to gain more power. That's right. And he also made 7 other rings and gave them to the Welsh and the Scottish and the Irish. And then he also made another 9 for the English, and then he made 3 for people from the Isle of Man, and he's just got his 1 ring. Yo, thank you so much, Zetetic, for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Really appreciate you. Hope you're doing okay. He gave the 7 others to reform. Yeah, you're right. Hey, Fire on Fire. Yeah. Now there are 9 Englishmen following him around like husks, like total husks, and that's who's in his shadow cabinet, isn't it? There's the joke. Yeah. All right. Listen, the chatter. I could have just read the chat message and gone, haha, yeah, that's a good Lord of the Rings reference, and then we could have left it at that. Anyway, we've got more Manchester news. What's this, chat? Well, Britain First were in Manchester on Saturday. Again, they love to assemble in Manchester because they know that Manchester is a massively multicultural city, and they hate the fact that we have a lot of people here of a lot of different races, a lot of different sexualities, genders, all that kind of stuff. And so they like to have little marches here every now and then where they pull people from all over the country to make up their numbers. And this week, this happened, actually. So I'm sure that stuff like this happens on every Britain First march or any Fash march in the UK. But this time in particular, this poor guy got assaulted. So this is just like a random brown guy getting chinned. And then the cops come in. Oh, what's that? What's that, chat? Oh, what's happening up here? Oh, what's going on there? Oh, the brown guy that just got assaulted by Britain First is getting arrested by the cops. That's cool, isn't it? That's really cool. Wow. I don't know why Roy and News English are using that music. But that's kind of what's going on. Let's have a look at this video. I just came across this before when I was looking for some content regarding this story. This is from Northern Rose News. However, whoever that is, I don't know what the politics are. It says a dark day in Manchester as Britain First march, so could be a decent guy with decent politics. Let's have a little look and see what he's saying.
Does it make you feel that Britain First are in Manchester? If you could describe it in an emotion.
Oh, I've just got pure hatred for the mate. I see it as that I identify them as being the new front of the National Front.
This remigration is awful. Like, it's, you know, there's a lot of people that came to this country. They bring in a lot of skills and important things with them. So yeah, that's awful. Like, it's awful. I mean, you know, if they would deport all of us immigrants, I mean, you know, this country is going to go to bad ways.
How does it make you feel that Britain First are coming into Manchester?
Sick, disgusted.
Like nauseous.
Yeah. Sick with sort of anxiety about where our culture, where our sort of society's heading. Hate has no place in this country. It never has, and it never fucking will.
Very well said.
Couple from, to be honest, I don't know where they're from.
But it doesn't matter, does it? That's the point.
Exactly. Yeah. Because like people are people.
How does it make you feel that?
All right, so just a little taste of you know, people on the anti-fascist side, how they actually think about it. I don't think that this guy is actually wearing this hat unironically. I think that this guy is having a bit of a laugh. But of course, as with any fash protest or fash demonstration, we have got our classic guy on the ground. And what's that? He's using words like mogged. Patriots in control. Antifa get mogged hard. Here we go, chat. That's right. It's our man on the inside, Hugh Anthony. Currently living alone, living out, you know, after getting kicked out of his mum and dad's house for being too much of a fascist. Let's have a little look.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to my favourite multi-ethnic hellhole, Manchester. I'm sure many of you know exactly what's going on today. That's right, it is the Britain First remigration protest. You can see young Bob in the background right there.
You know, it's just dead funny. I can't take him seriously after he got kicked out of his gaff. After that video where his dad went Antifa super soldier with the laser eyes and came upstairs and was like, "Are you not afraid of me, son?" I just can't take him seriously.
After his
I mean, obviously I wasn't taking him seriously before, but you know what I mean? Like, it's even more funny now.
On Talk TV, mogging Alex Phillips, who's been very mad that we
mogging
poor people, and she's been going, well, you can't do that, it's not logistical. And today we're going to show it is, and the support for mass deportations and remigration is absolutely astonishing. So enjoy, we'll see what happens. Hopefully Antifa don't decide to get a little bit hands-on. I know Jeremy Corbyn is around, our favourite Islamo-communist.
Hey Carnos, how you doing?
Somewhere in the
Mog is dead too. Geez, so much Gen Z slang is getting killed by right-wing olds. Yeah, it's bad. Okay, extremely funny that you said right-wing old. This guy is 26 years old. This guy is literally 26. He's literally Gen Z. I can't hear his name without thinking about Antifa Super Soldier Dad. Yeah, it's so good. You just assaulted me. Yeah, no, that's a classic line. An absolutely classic line when his dad brushed past him when he was getting into his room. 26 going on 56.
background, so we'll go find that chap as well and see what he has to say. Exclusive behind the scenes. You're not going to see this till after, but exclusive.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the pinnacle of the opposition. You see that? Palestinian flag, homosexual, sodomite, degenerate flag.
Bro, that's you. You're a homosexual, sodomite, degenerate. You did a whole 10-minute video saying that you feel really bad for doing gay sex. Brother, come on.
Combined, that's who we're up against. I don't mind these much because, you know, fighting against Zionist occupation, but these ones, deluded.
Hey, fuck you. You're not on our team, you fucking fash cunt.
We are now just approaching the Patriot side in the demonstration. We just got a taxi. We had to get a taxi through the city to avoid the scumbag left-wing mob.
Bro, you probably just could have walked, but that's actually very funny because what it proves is that there was a fucking lot of left-wing people there, and there was a lot of left-wing people there.
The people that aren't going to hurt us, aren't out for blood, are going to support remigration and want to send back all the foreign subversives that are occupying our great nation.
Where the fuck is he here? I'm trying to figure out where he fucking is. Is he near Piccadilly? Oh, okay. He's walking up from Piccadilly, right? That's the fire station.
Are going to support remigration and want to send back all the foreign subversives that are occupying our great nation. And
occupying is crazy. Occupying is fucking crazy, man.
Screaming in support.
Wait, he's not walking up. Oh, he is walking up from there, yeah.
That is quite the crowd. So you can see the massive crowd behind me. Look at this Patriot. You see the massive crowd behind me. In fact, I've also got...
Oh, hell yeah. They got the crosses out. They got the crosses out. This is just, it's such fucking wet yank shit.
Crusade night hiding just there. It's going to be a wonderful day. Thousands of people have come out in support. Sorry, thousands of people have...
It wasn't thousands of people, chat. There might have been 1,000 people there. That's still a lot. That's still too many. But again, you know, they bust people in from all over the fucking country to come to this fucking thing, you know?
Come out in support of remigration. This is the turning point in our country. Patriots in control. Look at the flags.
Look at the old men.
It goes on for ages.
Wow, that's so many 50-year-old men.
And there's my father, Mr. Paul Golding.
No, dude, your dad is an anti-fascist super soldier who kicks you out of your gaff. Sorry. But it is so crazy that he was like talking about, oh, the degenerate homosexual fucking, you know, sodomite at the pride flag or whatever. And it's like, yeah, nah, you just called this guy your dad. You're like, yeah, there's my father, Mr. Paul Golding. Bro, he will literally never fuck you, man.
So they're now marching forwards. It's going to be a very, very interesting march. We already are aware there are some thugs.
Thugs?
Very aggressive today. Very aggressive thugs. The Corbynites are out in full.
The Corbynites!
Force. So we're
Patriots in control. No, sorry, that's just kettled gammons, yeah.
See how it goes, and hopefully it'll be a very successful and peaceful day of activism.
Bro, you don't care about any of that.
Do you want to make a comment about Quinn that was murdered by Antifa in France? You want to make a comment about that?
Do you want to make a comment about Quinn that was murdered by Antifa in France?
He was bludgeoned. He was bludgeoned.
Bludgeoned?
You want to make a comment about Quinn that was murdered by your organisation in France?
Your organisation is so funny, bro.
Nothing. Nothing. Not even an ounce of remorse or sympathy for their fellow comrades' actions. Disgusting human beings. Look how fucking...
So mad, dude. Just like absolutely swarmed. As soon as like a couple of people with face masks who look vaguely anti-fascist or, you know, like they might be counterculture in some way come near to the fucking fash protest, all of these fash surveillance bots, like that's basically what they are. That's basically what they fucking are. They're just fash surveillance NPCs. They just surround them with cameras and just go, how do you feel about your organization? Just like being the most annoying piece of shit cunts you could possibly imagine. Yeah, no, the guy that they're talking about was, a swastika wearing Nazi, yeah.
Look as well. Ugh, looks like she was sat on by someone that's never washed their arms. Look at that. These stupid fucking retards. Look at these retards. No. Look at these fucking retards.
I think that they're some of the bravest people I've ever seen in my entire life, to be honest. Standing, like, 3 people standing there with signs saying migrants welcome against a horde of fash gammon. Yeah, I think they're some of the bravest people I've ever seen in my entire life. Actually.
I'm here with my biggest fans. My biggest fans that are here to stop the demonstration, obstructing the road.
Bro, you got kicked out of your gaff for being too much of a wet fascist gamer psycho. Like, sorry man, like none of this works. Yeah, he got bullied a lot, and this guy, it's his own personality, it's his whole personality now. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and they really just think that they are triggering all the libs by using the R word. But at this point, we've heard it so much that it's just boring now. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's incredibly upsetting for people who heard it you know, yelled at them for being too autistic or being too, you know, disabled or whatever. And, you know, it does suck that it is used so much, but like, I don't think you're triggering any libs by saying it. It's not this like super, it's just really fucking embarrassing, man, you know?
Unwashed cretin. And we should really call them what they truly are, retards.
Get them out! Get them out! We're texting him! Guys, move away! Back up for me!
Now look at that.
It is actually insane, right? It's actually insane how much they've disrupted these people. There is a whole gang of fascists just completely distracted by these 3 individuals here. They're just surrounded by fash fucking auditors. You know what I mean? And they're just totally distracted by him. This is actually great. This is actually really good fucking tactics.
Get him out!
God, they really think that they're doing something by just filming these fuckers. Like, wait, what did that person try and do just then? They try and like steal their fucking sign or something? I mean, like, it wouldn't do much if you like stole their sign. Like, it's not gonna make a difference. Nah, these 3 are legends. These 3 are actually fucking legends. And now all the cops are having to come. No, it's great. No, this is great. This is great fucking stuff. The fash are marching towards you. You sit in the fucking road. All the fash are like old gammons and auditors, so they know that everything that they're doing is on camera all the time, and they're live streaming it, and there could be anti-fascists in their chat screen recording the whole thing, so they are worried about doing something violent. So they're not being as violent as they would like to be, you know? And so it's distracting the entire fucking protest so that the cops have to come and move them out of the way. And then I guess you can like edge towards where you want to go again. It is so funny. Like, look, it's just, chat, look, it's just all old men. I'm so serious when I say this. It's just all old, probably pedos men. Like, look at them all. Fucking, it's like a fucking care home's day out, bro. Seriously. Do you know what I mean? That lady just tried to fucking have a fight with a copper. That's great.
Hot belly, hot belly.
Hey, Ricky Bickies, what's going on? They're all so old. So many fucking olds here, man.
Fucking hell.
Oh my god, this absolute... Right, chat, so this guy here, he's a really fucking, like, distinctive individual, and you will recognize him so easy. I can't remember what his fucking name is, but he's got the Mighty Boosh tattoo on his thing here. He's got a bunch of, like, piercings in his face, and he's regularly just got, like, curly hair with shaved bits at the side, right? And this guy is one of the most fucking absolutely annoying agitators that you will ever see in your entire life. He spends all his fucking time in Manchester. He's a Scouser, and I just see him out and about regularly. Like, if I go to Piccadilly Gardens, and if you go to his channel, he's filming migrants, he's filming refugees, he's just like, you know, antagonizing people, trying to get people to start fights and shit. He's an utter cunt. An absolute fucking cunt. And he has just got this, like, look at this fucking embarrassing piece of equipment he's got. He's got like a fishing pole. He's got like a fucking fishing pole with his fucking camera on it. Look at this shit. Bro, there's nothing more embarrassing than that, bro. I swear to God. No, listen, there's no wrong with Scousers, Bella, as you know. Yeah? But just identifying him so that people know who he is. And if you see him in other videos and that, you'll hear his accent and you can tell he's a Scouser. You never know, though. He might be a wool. You know what I mean? Because they pull it off, don't they, sometimes?
I think they're getting cuffed now. No, don't worry. I think they're getting cuffed now. This guy's angry, angry cop. Lefty scum off our streets! Lefty scum off our streets!
That's so funny. They tried to start a chant. So what I've seen the Fash do, and we've seen it a couple of times on this channel when we've been watching the Fash protests in the UK. What we've seen a couple of times is the Fash trying to recuperate the chant "Nazi scum off our streets." And have you noticed that, chat? They've been doing that recently, yeah, over the last year or so, and it never kind of catches on that much, right? It never kind of catches on that much because they're just a fucking bunch of Nazis, aren't they? And a lot of them know they're Nazis, so they're too ashamed to say it. So that when some of them start chanting it, the others are just like, no, I actually like the Nazis, me, mate.
Oh, it's all going.
Hey, waking up thirsty, how you doing?
It's all going. You've got a massive counter demonstration. Let me show my face to these scumbags. I'm gonna get shit lobbed at me if I do that. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Oh, that's so funny. He's like, oh, we've got a massive counter demonstration. So he's like, that's so funny, dude. He actually said the words, a massive counter demonstration. They love to be like, oh, there's so much support. Oh, there's so much support for our remigration shit. And then, oh, well, there's actually a massive counter demonstration. Oh, were they shouting lefty scum? Oh, right. They might have been shouting lefty scum. They might have been shouting lefty scum. That's fair enough. To me, it sounds like they're trying to say Nazi scum off our street because they're trying to say that left-wingers are the Nazis, you know? I didn't cover the UKIP march in Sheffield late last year, no.
Look at them all.
But I imagine it was very funny because UKIP marches particularly are very bad. Very, very, very bad. In terms of, like, they barely get anyone coming and supporting them.
So
oh, are they actually shouting lefty scum? So that whole bit about me saying Nazi scum, I'm certain that I've heard them fucking say that. But never mind.
Again, our biggest
maybe they said it in the last one.
The biggest fans of the prioritised Britain. The naughty lefties in the They're here. So the patriots of
he wasn't even able to do like a proper coherent thought because one of his fucking weirdos was like, the naughty lefties are here. Literal fucking orc shows up. Literal Witcher NPC.
Retards.
I teared up a bit of those three people sitting in the road, a beautiful demonstration of love. Yeah, no, it was really brave. It was good stuff. It's why it pissed off Hugh Anthony so much and he kept calling him the R word over and over again.
So what you can see is the police pushing back the Antifa forces. I mean, they're not scared.
Oh, damn, dude. That's crazy. There were so many anti-fascists that the police had to get horses to push them back. That's crazy, bro.
They're wearing tea towels on their head. They can't figure out if they're a man or a woman.
Ancient racism there. Tea towels on their heads. They're talking about kafirs.
They've all got face masks on because COVID's still around, apparently. Oh, there's horses going around. Just careful of that one. But absolute... Yeah, I know that horse is on some ketamine, I'll tell you that. Absolutely all over the place. Here we go, look.
This is just the most dead chat ever.
They're trying to hold the line. Hold the line, you fat bastards. Hold the line.
Step bad people back. Let the nice people free.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, he feels so safe with all those cops, yeah.
They're going around, they're trying to block it from multiple different directions.
I mean, this, to be fair, Steph, this guy is an absolutely open Nazi. Like, if it wasn't so embarrassing to be an open Nazi, he would just say that he was, you know what I mean? So he's not fucking afraid of that shit.
Are you on the film show film there? No, you're there.
Here we go. They're blocking the road. They're blocking the road. The police are like, fuck off. Oh shit, the horses are going mad. Everyone's going a bit mad here.
Is he is basically the British Fuentes. So, yeah.
Sorry, Jap, sorry. They're moving everything they can out of the way. The horses are going a bit mad. My dearest friends. You can see them all there lined up. Lined up for their engagement. And here's Bob going in. Here's Bob going in. Hello, my dear friends. How are we all? Hello. Look at our friends. We're being friendly, we're being nice, we're being peaceful with Antifa. They're locking arms. Look, they're all locking arms here. Very nice.
I guess this happened late last year, but I recently saw that video of Hugh Anthony getting kicked out of his parents' house because of his beliefs. Yeah, I made a clip video about that. That's on my Twitch Clips channel. You can check out my version of that if you want.
Nice. I mean, I can smell them, so not that nice. Oh, look. Okay.
Hard to even know what the fuck just happened. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Fast just fucking pushed someone or something. Oh, cool. That's so cool, isn't it? That's so cool, isn't it? I love it. I love it when cops just like attack anti-fascist protesters. Check this out, chat. This motherfucker right here. Oh, that's cool, isn't it? That's cool, isn't it?
Oh, look at this one. She's got more.
Police following the calls. Yeah. Hey, little zipper.
Go on, Billy, lad.
Oh, calm it down. Calm it down. You overly emotional wallop. Look at her. Overly emotional wallop. Listen to the voices that are coming out. So we have to somehow get through there. A lot easier said than done. The police really have their work cut out for them today.
They are slimy cowards laughing behind the cops, yeah. 1000%.
Oh look, really good friends. Oh shit. Oh shit. They're pushing through anyway.
What exactly is happening?
Holy shit. It's the 9th Crusade.
Oh, they're trying to fucking push past the kettle.
The 9th Crusade. We'll flip it up.
Wow, the cops really tried so hard to kettle them there. They were trying so fucking hard.
Oh, I'm upside down, I'll edit it. But they were told, you're not marching. They went, fuck off, we're doing it anyway. So, it's been rerouted. We're off to the gay village. It's like an inside joke for me and Paul Golding, actually, but... Oh, shit.
Oh, wow, random brown guy. Just attack a random brown guy. Oh, I guess maybe he was an anti-fascist counter-protester? Don't know. Can't really fucking tell.
Ethnic divides, I'm warning you, they're gonna get worse. I'm warning you.
Yeah, fuck cops, seriously.
They're going to get worse.
They just said the religion of peace about like a random brown guy. No indication if he was Muslim at all. Oh no, that's a different guy than before? We're off to the gay village, such a deeply sad, closeted incel. Yeah, he absolutely is that, yeah.
His car's gone, his car's gone.
There's that fucking, what's his face, that piece of shit. Fuck is that guy's name?
There's a...
wine, there's one more. Hey.
Oh, it's more Antifa down there, look at them all.
More Antifa down there, and it's just like a person on their bike who's wearing a mask because of the fucking pollution in Manchester.
Total scumbags. Look at them. Mark, we're not scared of these things, are we?
The police were really shit at Kettle and the counter-protest in Sheffield too. They might just be bad at their jobs. I think that in Manchester, I've definitely had a different experience whenever I've been at anti-fascist counter demonstrations. Cops will just be much more harder and intense on any counter demonstrations rather than fascist demonstrations.
I know.
Yeah, why not both? I mean, yeah, every normal person should just be Antifa, right?
The irony, they're shouting, get out of my city, but when we tell people to get out of our country, we're the fascists. We are.
Oh, you really got us there, bro. Damn, dude, that looks like you guys in a really good hypothetical. Wow, you won the hypothetical argument, didn't you, bro? Wow. It's really big brains. Moving at a million miles an hour with your brain. Going so fast. So smart. Very good. Professor, actually. You've got a professor's brain. An academic brain. Haven't you? Yeah, he's a smart guy. I'd never thought of that, actually, chat. I think we should stop saying that now because it's problematic. Hugh Anthony's out-woked us, chat. Completely out-woked us. Yeah. I guess it's time to just pack it up and go home.
Hold on a minute. Get out of my city. Get out of my country. Well, who's dictating what borders? Open borders? Well, this isn't man.
Who's dictating what borders?
Chester, it's just part of the open world, right? So this is going to clash as they go into the gay village. Notoriously, people that aren't a big fan.
The way you're from, ain't you?
Like, what does he think? What does he think anti-fascists are down for? Does he think that anti-fascists are down for like Nazis coming into Britain? If there was a wave of Nazi fascists who were like crossing the border into Britain, do you think that anti-fascists would be okay with that? Like, it's not the where you are or if you're a person, it's that you're a fascist. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, actually.
Yeah, that is what I'm...
Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy.
We're returning back to my homeland. I'm remigrating.
Oh my god, he is so embarrassingly deeply closeted. It is so insane, man.
Yes, it was, chap, it was. I know, politics. It's crazy world.
That's someone referencing his fucking... the video where he gets kicked out of his gaff.
So we're walking through the home of degeneracy, the home of sexual inclivities. You all right, buddy? The home of people that will never be able to fulfill their true potential because their entire life is surrounded by pleasure. I'm giving you guys a warning. I'm trying to help.
Their entire lives are surrounded by pleasure. Yeah. Yeah. I bet he was on Grindr after this with no profile pic. Download demon.
I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help. Before anybody theorizes, I promise it was not my idea to go through the gay village. I did not suggest it to Paul. That was just that was a coincidence.
If you really had stopped being gay, right, which you can't, you wouldn't be self-deprecating like this so much. You just wouldn't, right? I'm sorry, but you just wouldn't. You wouldn't even be mentioning it. You would just be talking about how wrong it is to be gay. You wouldn't be saying like, "Oh, it wasn't my idea, guys. I know that I like bum in the past. I know that I was a bummer. Yeah, never a bummy. I was a bummer." He's just got the exact personality British boys have like at 16. I know. Yeah, he's just not. He's not matured beyond the age of 16. It's just fucking crazy.
It's not my fault. Oh gosh, it's going again. Every single time.
It's going again.
Turn. Oh, there's me. Oh, the flag in my face. Every time there's a street turn, it goes away. Oh no, I'm gonna get copyrighted. Wait, speak loud. Speak loud. I'm with Dan from the.
Hey Detaway, how you doing? I'm with Dan from the National what? He's with another fascist twink. That's crazy. He's with another fascist twink who wants to be Oswald Mosley. He didn't need to go on Grindr tonight after this. He just went home with this guy.
Law party. Dan, sorry, that was a joke.
National Law Party.
We'll rejoice with Dan in once. Well, here's Dan. Very nice guy. Good dress style. I think so anyway.
Bro. It's so embarrassing, man. Homofascism is more viable than it first appears. It's absolutely a thing, for real, 100%.
Britain first! Tell the boomers to shut up.
Tell the boomers to shut up. So they were walking past boomers at Tesco, and they were like, "Fuck off, you fascist bastards." And he's like, shut up, you grew up in a nice country. There's loads of boomers on your march, bro.
Uh-oh. Paul just did the...
No, gay fascism is the end game for most of these guys. You're right, by any means necessary, yeah.
Oh, look! More Antifa turn up.
More Antifa turn up? What?
I'm allergic to retards. I'm allergic to retards. So they're all just coming in now to where the arena is.
This just looks really, really badly organized, and like the march was very effectively disrupted by anti-fascists.
We were earlier. Look at the sea of flags behind me. We're going to fill this place up. We're going to have some wonderful speeches and listen to zero more Antifa retards.
Hey, Litty Bros, how you doing?
See Antifa up there. Ranting and raving. Oh no! How dare people care about their country? How dare they be patriotic? How dare they care about demographic replacement? Shut up, you fucking wankers! You guys get the exclusive backstage footage where we can see the unwashed. Look at them! Look at them! Loads of them, all over.
Yeah, there's loads of them. There are many, 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 many more of us than there are of you, dude.
Absolute fucking retards. And there's the...
He's really, really like up to the R-word game in this video. We haven't watched one of his videos in a while. I think the last time we watched a video of his was the one where he was getting chucked out of his mum and dad's house. He didn't really use the R-word that much back then. Or maybe he did and I've just forgot, but like he's really using the R-word a lot here. And it's just like, it's just because it has become an acceptable slur for people to say, and you can't get demonetized on YouTube for it anymore. For, somehow, maybe. I guess that maybe that's changed. I don't know.
Pack up your shit and fuck off. Pack it up and go. Go home, shower. It's raining. We'll go get an actual shower.
He feels threatened, like he might get in a fight. It's reminding him of getting beaten up in school, and he's remembering things people said to him and saying it now to feel powerful. This man is an open book. Abso-fucking-lutely. 1,000%.
They're all leaving. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's so good to know that it started raining just as soon as they got to their fucking little wet cinema theatre fucking show with Paul Golding. That's so good.
Oh, biggest fans. Telling you right now, biggest fans.
Look at these twats. Paul Golding has a micro penis. Then there's a swastika. What on earth? Hello, Antifa's leaving. Come back. Come back. We can go for a swim.
Bro, they're on the other side of a canal than you. What are you on about?
We can go for a swim. I don't think they're our friends. I really don't. So the police are now moving up towards Antifa that has the sign that says, and I quote, Paul Golding has a micro penis.
So many classic hues. Classic hues in this video, man. Oh, that's so good.
I don't know, but I don't believe it. I do like Paul Golding.
Nah, Daddy's got a massive dick. What are you talking about? Nah. That's another one. It's another great screen grab. Let's get him up. Oh, what's his account? Oh, what's his fucking... Bro. What's his Twitter account? Oh, mate. Surely it's on the video. Is it in the description of the video? Yeah, the Hugh Anthony. The Hugh Anthony. All he wants is a white Christian ethno-state and everyone calls him a fascist poor baby. Yeah. Oh, wait. Wrong one. Paul Golding has a micro penis. I don't know, but I don't believe it. I do like Paul Golding. Okay, a little bit of fun. Just a little bit of fun, you know? Just a laugh.
They're being pushed away now by the police that have gone through. They're saying, get the fuck out of here, you one-lost piece of the shit. Pushed back out through the gate.
They're talking about Jesus Christ on the loudspeaker. They're talking about like Christian Christo-fascist shit.
They're going.
Only then can we ever hope to see his kingdom.
What does that say?
Only then can we ever hope to see history realized. Interesting.
Not Nazis. Fuck. What is that? Oh, the far. I thought it was a faggot. I was going to say.
And that's the end. That's the end. Okay. Well, there you go. Unfortunately, it's not the end for us because there's another auditor here that we're going to watch here. This is a new guy. We've not watched this before. Viper UK. Hundreds of Britain First supporters marched through Manchester's counter demonstrations from stand up to racism and anti-fascist groups took place around the cities. Officers of full public order kept to keep the opposing groups apart. Several arrests were made. What's this guy saying? Antifa have a flag with Britain last, what strange people they are. Okay, so this guy is right-wing. Yeah, obviously he is. The sooner they ban face coverings, the better. Unhinged crazy people, poor horses don't know what want to be there but trained to be. Identity masked up rats. Yeah, this guy's got a right-wing audience and doesn't give a shit. The Guardian is saying that the UK is getting close to food riots. Are food prices spurring any of these anti-migrant sentiments? No, I don't think so. No, I really don't think they've gotten on food yet. It took them a long time to get onto the end of like housing, to try and blame housing on migrants, and they are kind of at that point now where that is being entered into the broader consciousness or false consciousness of fascists. I don't know if they're going to be able to seize on that, because if they start to do, I don't know, man. It must be a tight rope nightmare to try and like bring up material conditions if you're a fascist. Because if you start to bring up dialectical materialism, yeah, all of a sudden people are going to start to talk about where food comes from, how it gets there, yada yada yada. You know, it's very interesting that they like to say, oh, asylum seekers are being given all the houses, you know, when in fact they're also saying, oh, well, we're spending millions of pounds of taxpayer money keeping them in hotels, so they're not in our houses, are they? They're not being given social homes. They're being put in hotels, and in some cases they're being put in detainment camps, you know, like the Bibi Stockholm, a fucking nightmare disaster waiting to happen, which was literally just like a floating prison. So I don't know how they're going to get that. I don't know how they're going to try and get that into the broader false consciousness, but I wouldn't be surprised if the UK is on the brink of food riots, because I went and did a shop at Aldi the other day and it was 50 fucking quid and I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck is going on? When did that happen? Looks like it's them tariffs, you know, the tariffs. My tariffs are so good. What the fuck is going on? Did that cop just fall over? Did he try and tackle someone? The cop just fell over! Yes! Oh no, he's tackling someone. I thought he just fell over. Okay, he was tackling. That's sad. But it is funny that he fell over. It's still a win that he fell over. I thought he fell over on his own. He fell over because he was attacking someone. Officer down, lol. Officer down, hee hee hoo hoo ha ha. Ho ho ho. Ha ha ha. Oh cool, they're just like fighting anti-fascist protesters. That's cool. Cops are so normal. It is always good to see him hit the ground. Riot gear is top heavy, chat. Never forget. So this is actually a great this is a great auditor, right? Because in filming all of these different angles and stuff and actually showing how many fucking anti-fascists were there, they are clearly demonstrating just how many people were against the fascist presence in Manchester this weekend. So in the Hugh Anthony video, he only showed images of the Fash March, right? And surprisingly, it didn't have any like big, you know, top-down shots where he, you know, looking at the big wide crowd or anything. And whenever he was filming Antifa or anti-fascists or just left-wing opposition, you know, it was all little tiny shots, little snippets and bits and pieces, like the small group of them that were corralled out from the main protest at the side street in that one bit. And then at the end, just like a couple of groups who were harassing the other protest, right? The other bit of the demonstration, sorry. Oh, there's so many. I knew it was a massive demonstration because I saw it, but like, I didn't realize that there were this many people out there. That's so good. Cool banners. Sick. Is this that same side street from before? What the fuck's going on here? These look like protest stewards who were looking after someone. What the fuck's going on here? It's always so interesting seeing some of these people who like just film stuff but they don't talk on it because it's like there's no commentary, there's no context to some of the stuff that's going on. Like, what are we learning here? Someone's passed out or something? Wait, hang on, what? Looks like someone just fucking... Oh, okay, he's being arrested. So, cops obviously fucking chinned this fucking person and knocked him out. That's clearly what's fucking happened here. Now they're getting him in the back of the fucking wagon. Min, that's great. Yeah, cool stuff, man. That's clearly what was going on there. Scum every single one of them. Fuck the GMP. Fuck GMP so much, dude. Yeah, a whole bunch. Just a whole bunch of anti-fascists. So yeah, obviously what we're taking away from these two different videos is that the anti-fascists had far more confrontation from the police than the actual fascists, which is completely insane, right? When you think about it, but this is just how these things fucking go. But they still managed to disrupt and piss off the Fash March in an effective manner, which is very, very, very good shit. Well, yeah, exactly. The cops are fascists, yeah. But, you know, I guess, like, my point is that I've seen this happen a bunch of times, being on anti-fascist counter demos and stuff, that even though this is just one of many times that I've seen it happen, it is always just so shocking to me how blatant it is that the cops are always causing more of a fucking fuss over the anti-fascists than the fascists. It's just a blatant thing, and I think that still catches me off guard. Like, they still blatantly are there to just police anti-fascists, and it just always, I don't know, man. I don't know how anyone can like see this and just be like, yeah, but Antifa are obviously causing all the trouble. It's just like, how do you get to that? How do you get to that fucking viewpoint? But I guess most people don't watch shit like this, you know? Such an energy to anti-fascist demonstrations is completely lacking in right-wing ones. It's really stark seeing them back-to-back. Yes, that's another great thing to witness, right? You can see there's so much diversity in the people. You've got old people, young people, black people, white people, brown people, queer people, straight people, tall people, disabled people. You know, there's just this like massive diversity. And the diversity and like the energy and everything is there, and it feels more vibrant, it feels more human, it feels more real, and all the anti-fascist, all the fascists are literally just like, they're just all boring old white men. You know what I mean? Yeah, the fast trying to start one chant and failing versus this, yeah. Like, it's chat, you know, what are we looking at here? We are looking at a bunch of fascists in front of them, armed state fascists, right? You've got fascist foot soldiers in the back, armed state fascists in the front, with fucking state fascist cavalry leading the march. You know what I mean? What are those things that crackle when you throw them at the ground? What, the little caps or whatever? Yeah, I would never use those to spook horses. I would never do that because it would just be so illegal and wrong to do that. I would never try and spook a horse so that I could watch a copper fall off a horse and laugh. I just think that's a really bad idea and probably illegal. Well, they're certainly exploiting animals. I mean, that's definitely something that does remain needing to be said. But the key point here is that they are literally using traditional British battle methods to, like, attack the anti-fascists. Do you know what I mean? Like, normally, if there was some kind of a battle going on between the state and peasants, the state would use horses to clear, you know, the peasant. Like, that's what happened at Peterloo, right? At Peterloo, there was a cavalry charge against the unionized workers, the unions, and all the fucking Luddites and Quakers and everything. That was in Manchester, you know, in Petersfields. And yeah, the cavalry, the state cavalry charged in and massacred a bunch of people. These people are brave as fuck standing in front of these fucking horses, honestly. And I think that, like, if you wanted to, and I would never advise that you should do this because it would be illegal and wrong, if you wanted to prevent the cops from using the horses as an effective means of dispersing a crowd, you could simply kettle the horses, right? And then meet the line of the cops at the back and prevent the cops from marching forward with the fascists in behind them, you know? That would be crazy if someone did that. And again, probably illegal and wrong, so never do it, but I think that's probably what you would do. I'm not trying to backseat or anything, you know? Backseat protesting. No, it is scary as fuck getting that close to a horse. But not just like a horse. Like a horse on its own is fine, but a horse ridden by a copper, you know what I mean, is the bad part of it, you know what I mean?
Just trample on, Gov.
Just trample him, Gov.
The horse is streets at the minute, boys. Get off him! Move! Move out of the way! He was attacking the horse then.
Fuck cops, man. Okay, that one copper, you see her then leaning forward, going, move, right? Check her. First of all, she looks dead funny, but you know that she is freaking out because she's just seen a horse get spooked and she's gone, fucking hell, I don't want to fall off this horse and die, right? Because that is just a thing that can happen if a horse gets spooked and, you know, flies fucking, I don't know, however fast they run, 50 mile an hour in one direction. You're falling off that cunt. And, you know, people could die because of that. Check her head. Move! She's stressing out. There's no way more than 3 of them know how to properly ride a horse. Yeah. She's also staying behind. Yeah. It's like this is the thing. It's like when cops bring out their big guns and they don't like work in the way that they want them to work, or people are standing up against them. They hate it. They hate that shit so much. What the fuck? What the fuck's supposed to have happened then? They're just arresting a guy just because they don't like him. Cool. Normal shit. Normal cop shit. Oh, is the guy going limp? Oh wait, is he fucking passing out or some shit? Oh no, I think that person's just trying to go limp. Yeah. Resisting or not complying, looking suspicious or matched a vague description. Yeah. All that shit all at once. This is that guy that was attacked before as well. We saw him get attacked again earlier in Hugh Anthony's video. Again. The same guy. Oh my god, is that a guy wearing fucking armor at the front? Absolutely embarrassing shit. They are not even trying. They are not even trying to fuck it. Look at this cunt with a fucking massive Deus Vult flag. Look at the fucking state of him. Look at the fucking state of him. Oh my god, dude. Oh, fucking hell. He looks like the guy. First of all, he looks like a cave troll. Second of all, he looks like the guy that assaulted Ilhan Omar at fucking her town hall. It's like the same guy. What is his name? Fucking... can't remember his name. All these guys just look the same. Hey, Daddy, give me Milky, what's up? Yeah, you're so right about the energy network. It is so obvious that the Fash just don't have any kind of like excited energy to actually be there, which is so interesting. Do you know what I mean? Because they are like, they really think that they are there like getting Britain back and stuff. But I don't know, you know, this is the thing, like knowing that there's a massive opposition of anti-fascists in an overwhelmingly left-wing city and anti-fascist city means that people are gonna be a little bit, you know, they're gonna have low morale about it. They're gonna have lower morale than they thought they did. That's why it's always worth, it doesn't matter if the cops end up like pushing you about or like, you know, shoving you around and shit like that. Like I've been pushed and assaulted by cops and shit like that before at counter demonstrations. It sucks. Fuck cops. This is why we say fuck cops. But at the end of the day, it's worth it to show the Fash that they are not welcome here. You know what I mean? They are all scared little babies. And they probably do believe some of the things that they are told about Antifa, that we're like violent thugs. You know what I mean? We got gas the other day. It sucked. Fucking hell, network. Where were you? What were you doing? If you can tell us, you don't have to. Both weak and very scary at once. Yeah, simultaneously weak and strong. And again, like, you know, the whole reason that Britain First has all of these flags and gives all these flags out is because, number one, they love shagging flags, and number two, it makes them look like they have more people than they do. Fucking horrible cunt. Piece of shit, horrible fucking cunt. Every single one of them. But Paul Golding, the head of the snake there. So it's like a group of like I would say 100 there, and then it looks like there was nearly 1,000, maybe. But it also looks like the counter demonstration was, at the very least, hundreds. Like, this is a huge counter demonstration here. Excuse me. A New Harbour project, why does it look so fucking fake? It's because of the amount of flags, right? It looks fucking insanely fake because of the amount of flags. Yeah, that woman just trying to get through with a coffee. Yeah, lots of normal people just on their day-to-day business here. In my city, a Front National candidate was coming for a meeting, so we showed up for it too. Nice one, network. Good job. Good fucking job. Great work, comrade. It is also so crazy to just see, like, the Welsh flag there, you know what I mean? Because it's like, bro. Bro, why do you care? Why do you care? Why do you care about the Union Jack? I really hate seeing horses being used for protest control. It's fucking medieval, strapping armor onto a 600-kilogram animal, and deploying it as an intimidation prop because apparently batons aren't cinematic enough or some shit. Police LARPing as feudal lords, straight up insecurity with a saddle, so gross to me. Yeah, and it's also trying to call back to those tactics of, you know, state repression in the past. So assault here as well, so embarrassing. Yeah. It's always embarrassing seeing that shit. It's like, what are you doing there, man? Those people don't give a flying fuck about you. Like, that fucking flag, the anarcho-commie flag, you know, stands way more for independence than any of the other flags on your side. Britain last, that's great. I love that shit. There's so many of them, chat. Like, this is a fucking massive counter demo. It's absolutely hench. Well, there you go. All right, chat. We are 3 hours in. I am going to run to the toilet real quick. I won't be too long. Use this opportunity to get yourself a drink, a snack, something like that. Go to the toilet yourself, take your meds, go outside, look at the sky, yada, yada, yada. I'll be back in a tick. Okay, all right, we are back. So I was going to cover a bit more of this, to be honest, but I'm not planning on being live for much longer tonight because it's already 11 o'clock here and I've got the doctors at 10 to 10 tomorrow. So we are going to move on. And we're going to have a little bit of a palate cleanser because, of course, it's never nice seeing that many fascists, even though they were effectively disrupted and annoyed and pissed off by the presence of a bunch of Manchester anti-fascists, which is always great. But we're going to have a little bit of a palate cleanser. It's rare that I do a palate cleanser. I normally just, like, force you all to just go through it, and I feel a bit schneid sometimes. So, let's take a look at this. This is just something that I came across earlier today on France 24. Dozens of people flock to Japan. Is it Japan? Zoo to see viral baby monkey. It's baby monkey.
Almost twice his size and always close by, a stuffed orangutan has become Baby Punch's constant companion.
Baby Punch.
Born last July, the young macaque called Punchy-kun in Japanese was abandoned soon after birth.
Punchy-kun.
Zoo staff believe his young mother may have left him due to stress caused by a heat wave.
日本ザルの赤ちゃんは生まれてからすぐにお母さんの体にしがみついて
Baby macaques
I've seen this monkey all over Reddit popular page for the last week.
Immediately cling on to their mother's body after birth to build muscle strength. However, because he had been abandoned, Punch had nothing to grip onto. We tried several options. We rolled towels into various sizes to find something easy to grasp, but nothing was working.
7 months later, zookeepers finally found one thing that Punch would hold on to. Often alone, staff hoped the toy, shaped like another primate, might one day help him fit with the troop. But first, it made him an internet sensation. His fans started to become even more attached to Punch and his story after videos of him being bullied circulated online.
No, don't bully him! No bully!
As more videos emerged, they began to celebrate small signs of progress.
Do you know what? I'm so sorry. I know this is really cute. I know this is really cute, but like this... This particular still reminds me of YouTube videos of like this kind of energy. Like this shit. I don't know why. It just reminds me of this.
Mañana vamos contra el Atlético. ¿Para qué la avientas?
I don't know why. Just I don't know why. He looks like a little elf fella. He looks like a little goblin fella, you know? Looks like a duende. I heard your reaction to Punchy Cunt. I'd almost messed up my beard I was shaving. Sorry about that.
As emerged, they began to celebrate small signs of progress, including moments where
El
Punch
Duende
appeared to make friends. He even inspired IKEA ads. Now visitors come to see Punch finding his feet.
Seeing Punch on social media, abandoned by his parents but still trying so hard, really moved me. So when I got the chance to meet up with a friend today, I suggested we go...
You didn't see the connection. You don't think that he looks like... You don't think he looks like a little gremlin fella? He just kind of has that energy about him. He just looks like a little gremlin fella. A little duende. You know, like this guy. Here he comes. Little duende fella.
The toy, shaped like another primate.
Anyway, let's go back to here.
Punch on social media, abandoned by his parents but still trying so hard, really moved me. So when I got the chance to meet up with a friend today, I suggested we go see Punch together.
But recently, staff say there has been a quiet change. Punch has been needing his toy less and less, and they believe it won't be long before he is ready to let go. and fully join the troop.
Oh, yeah, that's so good. What a little fella. Oh, no, that's really good. That's really, really good stuff. I love that. I love that there's a little gremlin fella in a zoo in Japan. He got abandoned by his mum, but then he got a pretend mum that's a little orangutan, and now he can hang out and enjoy life in the troop with the rest of the monkeys. It's very cute. That's great. And it's a good job that we saw something cute. It's good to know the beautiful world. Yeah, exactly. It's good to know. It's good to see. It's good that that kind of stuff is around. Why is it good that that kind of stuff is around? Well, because this kind of stuff is around. Yes, that's right. We're getting into the Iran segment. We're covering it. It's going to happen probably this week. It seems like that is the development after SCOTUS slapped down the... What is going on with the fucking... What's going on with this? What is wrong with Axios website? It's so bad. It looks like after SCOTUS slapped down Trump's tariffs as stepping outside of his presidential powers, it looks like he is leaning further towards sooner strikes on Iran. This is from Barak Ravid. This is from the day before we saw him on the stream last week. Let's see what he's saying. The Trump administration is closer to a major war in the Middle East than most Americans realize. It could begin very soon. Why it matters. A US military operation in Iran would likely be a massive, weeks-long campaign that would look more like full-fledged war than last month's pinpoint operation in Venezuela, sources say. The sources noted it would be likely a joint US-Israeli campaign that's much broader in scope and much more existential for the regime than the Israeli-led 12-day war last June, which the US eventually joined to take out Iran's underground nuclear facilities. Yeah, but they didn't, though. But they didn't! Such a war would have a dramatic influence on the entire region and major implications for the remaining 3 years of the Trump presidency. With the attention of Congress and the public otherwise occupied, there is little debate over what could be the most consequential US military intervention in the Middle East in at least a decade. I don't think that this guy is saying this from the perspective of how we've been saying it. Of course, it would be the most consequential US military intervention in the Middle East for the US and for Israel particularly, and the broader Imperial Corps, but let's see. Breaking it down, Trump came close to striking Iran in early January over the killing of thousands of protesters by the regime. I don't think he did. I think that was just what he was saying. Yes, they did. They obliterated their entire nuclear plan and destroyed their enrichment ability. Iran just recreated it all in a few months. Yeah, you're right, actually. That is what happened. I'm choosing to say that instead because that makes Iran sound much better at developing enrichment facilities for uranium. When the window of opportunity passed, the administration shifted to a two-track approach. Nuclear talks paired with a massive military build-up. By delaying things, bringing so much force to bear, Trump has raised expectations for what an operation will look like if a deal can't be reached. What does that operation look like? So in the Washington Post the other day, oh sorry, the Wall Street Journal 2 days ago, they wrote an article with the headline, I will show you in a hot minute. Give me 2 secs. I'll just find this. They wrote this fucking article about the massive military buildup. Where's the massive military buildup? It's in the toilets! There you go. That's what you pay for. That's what you get. That's how you get stuff from stream. When you give me money. That's the kind of jokes you get. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, Wall Street Journal here. Missed funerals and blocked toilets. Iran deployment takes a toll on U.S. sailors. The aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford's lengthy mission is causing strains for the crew members and their families. One sailor missed the death of his great-grandfather. Another is thinking about leaving the Navy after almost a year away from her toddler daughter. 2 more said the ship had sewage problems. President Trump's decision to extend for a second time the deployment of the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford is taking a toll on the ship's sailors and their families, and leading some to consider leaving the Navy when they return to home port, according to interviews with sailors on board the ship and their family members back home. The Ford, the US's largest warship, has been at sea since last June. In October, the Pentagon rerouted the ship from its scheduled Mediterranean mission to the Caribbean to support oil tanker seizures in the U.S. operation to capture Nicolas Maduro, then Venezuela's leader. He's still the leader, by the way. Wall Street Journal, just letting you know. Then earlier this year, the crew got word that their deployment would be extended again, taking them back across the Atlantic Ocean to the Middle East to support potential American airstrikes on Iran. The Ford transited the Strait of Gibraltar on Friday, heading east, according to a satellite photo obtained by the Wall Street Journal. Carrier deployments during peacetime are typically 6 months long, with planners allowing for a few months of potential overrun if needed, said Mark Montgomery, a retired Rear Admiral. But the Ford sailors have been away from home for 8 months already and setting up a possible deployment of 11 months, he said. That would break the record for a continuous deployment by a US Navy ship. So Trump is stretching all of his supply lines and all of his troops' ability to bear their deployment. I wonder who did that. I wonder if there's a very famous fascist power that did that in the past, that tried to attack a country in West Asia or European Asia, I guess. A lot of it is based in West Asia. You know what comparison I'm trying to make? I'm trying to say Trump is doing a Hitler. I'm trying to say Trump is doing a Hitler and trying to attack Stalingrad by attacking fucking Iran. That's what I'm saying. He's making a silly decision. He's making a silly logistics decision that is going to probably not turn out well for him. The Navy has 11 carriers in total, all of which are following long-planned schedules. At any one time, some are dispatched to different areas of the globe, some are conducting training, and others are undergoing maintenance. Besides the Ford, the USS Abraham Lincoln and its carrier strike group has also been sent to the Middle East. In a statement, a Navy official acknowledged the challenges inherent in naval service and said Navy leaders make it a priority to support sailors and their families. Overtaxed crews can be a problem across the Navy's fleet beyond just the Ford. In April and May 2025, near the end of an 8-month deployment, the carrier USS Harry S. Truman lost several jet fighters while countering Houthi rebel attacks in the Red Sea. Dude, it wasn't just because of this. It was because the Houthis are fucking mint, dude. Several fighter jets fell off. Oh, that's so funny. A Navy investigation blamed the high operational tempo of the mission. Brother, they weren't doing anything. They were just in there. They were just chilling in the Red Sea and they had to turn around too fast. Oh my god. They got scared and they turned around too fast. That's what happened. One sailor on board the Ford told the Journal that many crew members are angry and upset, with some saying they want to leave the Navy at the end of the deployment. The sailor said she was strongly considering quitting herself. She misses her toddler daughter. Extensions can be missing birthdays, weddings, funerals, or a child's birth. Captain David Scarosi, the Ford's commanding officer, acknowledged what he called the sting of the additional extension, adding it caught him even by surprise. In a February the 14th letter to the crew's families after the second extension was announced, he wrote that he'd expected to be home within weeks, fixing the fence in his backyard. I've spoken to many of you sailors who are coming to terms with missing Disney World plans, wedding they'd already RSVP'd to attend, and spring break trips to Busch Gardens, Scarosi wrote in the letter seen by the Journal. But when our country calls, we answer. When our country calls, we answer, brother. Yeah, man, it sounds really, really worth it. It sounds like it's really worth it, dude. Iran needs to broadcast, if you surrender, we will let you use the bathroom immediately. A carrier group ground into a halt by sailors saving their own lives would be the biggest blow to the War Department since the fall of Saigon. Yeah, if there was a tiny bit of mutiny, yeah. I don't think they lost seven jets. The Houthis did shoot down 7 to 8 Reaper drones. No, they didn't say 7. They said several. Where was it? Several. Yeah. Several fighter jets. I thought that it was like 2. Like, they turned around too fast and one fell into the ocean. And then they turned around too fast again and another one fell into the ocean. Sacrifice doesn't sit well with all of his crew of roughly 5,000. Many of the sailors on the Ford are men and women in their early 20s who miss their parents and home-cooked meals. Oh, man, they're all gonna get fucking killed, bro. For America, that's so insane, dude. Others have their own children. They try to stay in touch with loved ones through phone calls and WhatsApp messages. The secrecy around carry movements mean their communication with their families is sporadic and unpredictable. Other sailors on board the Ford see extended periods from home as part of the job. One told the Journal that although the extension was hard and everyone was tired, all sailors knew what they had signed up for. Their mission is to make sure that fighting never hits the home front. Well, that is because there is no home front, he said, and that can require long and stressful deployments. What fighting is going to hit the home front in America? It's so, like, you know? Anyway. Long deployments can also be hard on ships themselves. After 8 months at sea, equipment starts to break and long-planned maintenance and upgrades have to be postponed, disrupting schedules at the shipyards, Montgomery said. That has a knock-on effect on the maintenance and training cycles of other ships, he said. It's typical for Jamie Prosser, who lives in Pennsylvania, to not hear from his son, a flight deck controller on the Ford, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time when the ship is in ghost mode, he told the Journal. Then one night, the phone will ring at 3 a.m. and it will be his son calling from a port stop. Yeah. One fell into the ocean to avoid missiles, one was shot down, and one had a landing gear fucked up and the pilot ejected. Not sure where they're getting 7 jets lost, though. Okay, not to defend the Wall Street Journal, because I hate Jeff Bezos, and I'm not trying to defend the Wall Street Journal here, but I do just want to point out that you said 7 before, and then I said, no, it didn't say 7, it said several, and then you've said 7 again. Several just means, like, more than 2, right? It just means more than 2. It doesn't mean 7. I used to think it meant 7, but it just means like 2, more than 2 or more, right? Long deployments can be hard on ships themselves. Yeah, 8 months, see, equipment breaks down, long pad maintenance. Yeah, this, that, and the other. Prosser's son, who has 2 children, has been absent for the death of his great-grandfather, his sister's divorce, his brother's health problems during the Ford's current deployment, his father said. He also hasn't been able to make needed repairs to his house, such as painting the outside trim. Prosser said his, he's got a house. This is crazy. Anyway, whatever. Prosser said his son had mentioned problems with the toilets on the ship without going into detail. NPR first reported in January that a number of toilets on the Ford were out of commission. The Navy officials said the Ford sewage system, which uses vacuum technology to transport waste from roughly 650 toilets on board, has experienced issues during the deployment. The vacuum technology which transports waste from 650 toilets has experienced issues during the deployment. 1 maintenance call a day. Brother. That sounds like the ship of hell. I must stay here by myself no matter how lonely or overwhelming it becomes. Wait, hang on. Rosemary McGee, who's married to a sailor on the Ford, as the ship could go for days with no signal. McGee's been living alone in Virginia Beach for the past 8 months while her husband is at sea. Regularly sends him handwritten letters and care packages. She sent him 17 boxes so far, filled with food and small gifts. I must stay here by myself no matter how lonely or overwhelming it becomes, she said, adding that hearing about Trump's decision to extend the ship's deployment was heartbreaking. Can you imagine knowing that the paedophile emperor of the dying empire said that your husband has to stay on the boat, on the big army boat, for another 4 months just because he thinks he can attack Iran? And the American people don't know anything about Iran, and they probably think that that's fine and that there will be no harm that comes to any of them. They probably think that Iran is just, like, incapable of doing anything even remotely militarily. It's just crazy, man. It's just fucking crazy. Anyway, that's what the Wall Street Journal is saying about this stuff. So there you go. A deal, by delaying things, bringing so much force to bear, Trump has raised expectations for what an operation will look like if a deal can't be reached, and right now, a deal does not look likely. Trump's advisors Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff met with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araki for 3 hours in Geneva last Tuesday, while both sides said the talks made progress and the gaps are wide. The gaps are wide, and US officials aren't optimistic about closing them. Yeah, that's because you're asking them to do stuff that no nation would reasonably say that they would be willing to do. Vice President Vance told Fox News the talks went well in some ways, but in other ways are not very clear, that the president has set some red lines the Iranians are not willing to actually acknowledge and work through. No, it's that the Iranians have set red lines and the president is not willing to work through them. That's what it is. More than 150 US military cargo flights have moved weapon systems and ammunition to the Middle East. In the past 24 hours, this was last week, another 50 fighter jets, F-35s, F-22s, and F-16s headed to the region. The standoff with Iran has gone on so long that many Americans are likely numb to it. War could come sooner and be much bigger than most recognize, sources say. Trump's military and rhetorical buildups make it hard for him to back down without major concessions from Iran on its nuclear program. Knowing Trump's nature, and his advisors don't view the deployment of all that hardware as a bluff. With Trump, anything can happen, but all signs point to him pulling the trigger if talks fail. Talks are just going to fail, so he's going to pull the trigger, right? The Israeli government, which is pushing for a maximalist scenario targeting regime change, as well as Iran's nuclear and missile programs, is preparing for a scenario of war within days, according to two Israeli officials. Some US sources tell Axios that the US might need some more time. Senator Lindsey Graham says strikes could still be weeks away, but others say the timeline could be shorter. The boss is getting fed up. Some people around him warn against going to war with Iran, but I think there's 90% chance we see kinetic action in the next few weeks, one Trump advisor said. If what happens, I don't want to say what I think is going to happen because I don't want to jinx it. If what I'm thinking happens, I don't even want to say how I'm going to feel about it. I don't even want to say how I'm going to feel about it. But I do think that Iran is going to punish. I do think that Iran is going to completely fucking punish the empire in this particular exchange. This was from today at 5 in the morning. No, it would have been 5 a.m. It would have been 12 p.m. Europe time. Israelis brace for another war as Trump mulls strikes on Iran. Israeli officials say they won't initiate a strike on Iran, but the public is bracing for the possibility of another war. In Ramat Aviv, a quiet and green neighborhood in northwest Tel Aviv, some of the buildings hit by Iranian missiles during the 12-day war with Iran and Israel still stand in ruins. That's so funny, dude. Bro. Chen 44, a resident of one of the damaged apartments, is still undergoing renovation, said that although he, his wife, and their children aged 10 and 7 were not in the apartment at the time, it was not easy to recover. It took us a lot of time to stabilize. As the United States assembles a massive amount of warfighting machinery in the Middle East and US. Listen, the reason why I'm laughing at this, yeah? The reason why I'm fucking laughing at this is, one, because it's in Israel, right? If you're living in Israel, don't, right? If you live in occupied Palestine and you're not a Palestinian, I just don't think you should. I think even if you know, just go home. Just go home to where you came from, right? That's what I'm saying. If you're a fucking white European. It's crazy that they haven't even cleared the rubble from the last exchange of fire. That's absolutely crazy. That's why I'm laughing at it. Because if this were... Like, if you look at what's going on in Gaza right now, in Gaza, after 2 solid years of intense genocide where they're using thermobaric weapons that fucking vaporized Palestinians, right? Getting to temperatures of 3,500 degrees Celsius. They're illegal fucking weapons, but of course, Israel doesn't give a flying fuck. They would have rebuilt this shit in a day. You know what I mean? Yeah, gee, I wonder what they're spending their money on instead of repair. Exactly. Hey, DJ, good to see you. I checked the Polymarket odds about 5 days ago. It was at 49%, and 6 days ago it was 41%. It jumped up by 8% when reports dropped that multiple AWACS have been deployed to the region. I don't think you can accurately check Polymarket for stuff like this. I just don't think that they are plugged in whatsoever. You know what I mean? Polymarket to me is shit like fucking, you know, will Trump do a tariff? You know, like safe stuff, not like war shit. I just don't think Polymarket is good for that shit. In terms of like predicting odds, right? Chen 44, a resident of one of the damaged apartments. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah. United States massive amount of warfighting machinery in the Middle East. Why have they changed military hardware to war-fighting machinery? That's so weird. You know? It'll be a big loss for both the Iranian and the US people. It shows that the USA, and it'll show that the USA still can't win a war after World War II. I don't think it will be as much of a loss for the Iranian people as it will be for the people in the USA. I know, yeah, that's what I mean, so it's the Hegseth speech. He was just saying war fighters again and again and again. War fighters, war fighters. No fats, no femmes. You know? The Trump administration appears ready to undertake an extended military assault on Iran. Israelis are once again preparing for war. Such an attack risks Iranian retaliation, not just against US military targets, but also against Israel. Yes, because Israel is a US military target. That's why. I don't consider it a reliable source. I found it curious. I think it's a more reliable predictor than some anonymous Trump officials saying there's a 90% chance or whatever. Yeah, no, sure. They're developing an entire newspeak and it sucks. Absolutely, yeah. As a communist, I like Hegseth. His ideology is actively damaging the regime's military capabilities. No, yeah, me too, RTE clearance. Like, you know, I understand what you're saying. I understand the point you're making, and I agree with that point. This is crazy that they left... Oh my god, bro. Israel just doesn't give a fuck about... It's absolutely crazy. Israel will not admit that they got absolutely fucking battered in the 12-day war, right? So much so that they just won't repair apartment buildings. What is going on? What is happening here? A residential building remains in ruins in Ramat Aviv in northwest Tel Aviv that was damaged last June by an Iranian missile attack. I mean, this is obviously not a direct attack on the building. The missile was obviously attacking some nearby military infrastructure. Or it was a downed missile that ended up landing on a residential building or near a residential building or something. Is it to show that they're in a forever war? I mean, I just think that they it's like DJ said, they're just not spending money on repair, they're spending money on doing genocide against Palestinians, right? Ross Duthat was saying that capitalism's job is truth-seeking the other day, and I thought it was just weird, and then I saw like Trump and Musk say, yeah, Trump and Musk love to say truth-seeking, yeah. We're truth-seekers, yeah. Killed at least 29 people in Israel, according to the Israel Defense Forces. In Iran, at least 610 people were killed. Wow, that's crazy. They only killed 29 people in Israel. I wonder if they were military officials. I'm going Yemen mode, yep. That's it. That's the way. Okay, so this is crazy. Damage at the Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba following a barrage of missiles from Iran. In June. They're really trying to make it look like Iran targeted hospitals here. That's crazy. That's so funny. Their laughable claims that they neutralized Hezbollah after getting checked hard when they got sucked into the ground invasion Hezbollah clearly wanted. Yeah, exactly. They also now keep saying to Lebanese authorities that they need to disarm Hezbollah. So it's like, yeah, we neutralized Hezbollah, but actually they need to disarm so that, you know, we definitely won't invade. You know? It's just mad shit. The hospital is prepared with the possibility of another war. Amalia Lieberman, 27, a video director and editor from Tel Aviv, with her friend Rani Asa Polanski, also from Tel Aviv. These two people are not from Tel Aviv. They're from Europe. Amid the preparations, most Israelis continue their daily routines. Yeah, because they got bomb shelters. What is this? Liran Chakachi, 31, and his wife Tali Chakachi, 25, wear protective helmets. They recover some of their belongings from their heavily damaged apartment in Bat Yam, Israel. This is not looking... I'm sorry, I know that there's rubble all over the floor and shit, man. But sorry, this is just nothing compared to what has happened in Gaza. You can't make me feel sorry for Israelis, man. You just can't. Fuck this article. I don't give a shit about the plight of Israelis. So-called Israelis. Let's have a little look at what CBS is saying about this. This is from yesterday, or yeah, from yesterday.
The United States stands at the brink of a major conflict in the Middle East. This weekend, new anti-government protests erupted at 2 universities in Iran as the regime grapples with domestic discontent and the threat of U.S. strikes. CBS's Charlie Dag.
I don't think that this is what happened. There's a couple of news outlets that are reporting this stuff, but I don't think that these were so-called anti-regime protests. I think that these were university students who were protesting various different personal freedoms. What I mean when I say so-called anti-regime protests, yes, they will be criticizing the government, but I do not think that it is related to the stuff that we saw last month. I think that these are university students who are just like, yeah, we want more civil liberties. I think that that's what it is, you know?
Is in Tel Aviv with new reporting. So, Charlie, what can you tell us?
Hey, Reality Bites.
Good evening, Tom. Iran's foreign minister is still pushing for a diplomatic solution to the rising tensions in the region as the United States floods this region with the kind of American firepower not seen here in the Middle East since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Firepower like the USS Ford aircraft carrier, almost within striking distance in the Mediterranean Sea. Heavy lift transport planes taking off from the UK, and F-35 stealth fighter jets filmed on a runway on the Greek island of Crete. Iran is on a full court press trying to...
How could it not be related to last month? Because, Soph, I watch The Grey Zone now. I'm a conspiracy on the left guy. Ayatollah Khamenei is actually really woke. He's a really nice guy. He loves the gays. He loves the queers. You know, and they're all fake. They're all AI. All the anti-government protests. No one died, and all that stuff. No, I just think that if there are protests specifically at universities, they generally are going to be related to civil liberties within Iran. This is historically what protests at universities in Iran have been about. The Masa Amini protests were at a lot of universities. The protests that were happening in Iran last month were obviously about the economic situation in Iran, which is obviously not entirely separate from civil liberty stuff, but I just don't think that it's related. I think that they've gotten this footage, like this is the footage that they love to play, like the Telegraph have been playing this. It's this footage of this this fight that occurred. I don't know what kind of, I don't know why the fight is happening or anything like that, but I've seen all kinds of insane takes on what this possibly could be. Even some people saying that these people here are like IRGC militants or some shit, and it's like, what, you're saying that they're like the Marine Corps, you know, and that these people here are just like, you know, protesters. Like they're all protesters. This is like, these are protesters and these are protesters, so one side is counter protesting the other, or one side is counter protesting. That's what it looks like.
Protests
right?
erupted at 2 universities in Iran as the regime,
like, people have been saying these guys are cops or these guys are cops, and it's just like, I don't think any of them are cops. I think that I think this is like, one side is a fascist protest or a not fascist protest, an anti-fascist protest, or, you know what I mean?
Grapples with
but they love to say the shit like, and like, this is just people doing a march, and I think that they're all wearing black because they're at a funeral. They're doing like a remembrance of the people who died in the protest last month, I think.
And the threat of U.S.
So
strike. CBS's Charlie D'Agata is in Tel Aviv with new reporting. So Charlie, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Tom. Iran's foreign minister is still pushing for a diplomatic solution to the rising tensions in the region as the United States floods this region.
Iran cops versus CIA.
Firepower not
That's what they all were, you see.
in the Middle East since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Firepower like the USS Ford aircraft carrier, almost within striking distance in the Mediterranean Sea. Heavy lift transport planes taking off from the UK, and F-35 stealth fighter jets filmed on a runway on the Greek island of Crete. Iran is on a full court press trying to talk America out of an all-out war.
Thank you so much for having me.
Iran's foreign minister spoke with Face the Nation's Margaret Brennan.
Right now we are negotiating only nuclear, and there is no other subject.
But Iran also has one of the largest arsenals.
Reporting in Iran, but they can't report from Iran. Yeah, that's true.
Israeli intelligence sources we spoke with confirmed stockpile.
Glad to see ruling class pedos being arrested in the UK, says Reality Bites. Oh, God. I didn't read your initial chat message. I just said hi. Okay, look. There is no justice being done about Andrew Mountbatten or Peter Mandelson, right? Peter Mandelson was arrested for leaking state secrets. I don't know whether he's been released, but it's likely that he has already been released this evening, because what tends to happen with ruling class individuals is they just, you know, arrest them, have a little chat to him, and then let him go. Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor. It's more than is being done in the States. I mean, you lot are having massive committee hearings, like, what is it, Senate hearings about this shit? The cops are investigating these people. These people own the cops. Nothing will happen, right? There's an investigation that is being done, and I need yous all to know that it will probably amount to nothing, and they won't get in trouble. It's just going to be that. You can't be celebrating crumbs. Don't let it give you hope. Demand more. Well, no, I no, because what it is really is I take massive offense, actually. I take massively fucking offense to Americans who seem to be claiming that, like, our government is doing a good thing, or like our cops are doing a good thing, because they're not. Like, we've seen this show loads and loads of times. We live here, yeah? Whenever our ruling class people are involved in some kind of a scandal, there's this massive fucking show. It's a circus where they go, oh yeah, well, we've arrested this high profile individual and he's being investigated. Nothing is going to happen, right? I promise you. That's all it's going to be, because people, like, I'm being serious. I'm not being cruel to you, Reality Bites, or any other Americans who think that something is being done, right, in the UK. It's like, oh, it's more than what's being done in the USA. It's all the same shit. Exactly. That's the main thing that's pissing me off, Willard. People are saying, oh, well, he's arrested for being friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No. Arrested for leaking state secrets. Because that's to do with the national security in the UK. It's nothing to do with being mates with Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing to do with fucking potential paedophilia. Even though Andrew is named in the Epstein files as a pedo. There's literally pictures of him fucking over a fucking child like that. No paedophilia charges. Not happening. It's not happening. It wouldn't happen to someone who was in the royal family in this country. Americans need to understand this. You can't just, like, use our country and be like, look, the UK's doing stuff. We're not doing anything. Our police aren't fucking doing anything.
They're back to the same.
They're doing a nice circus so that everyone shuts up about it, and then they'll forget about it.
Israel and the US launched attacks last June.
And now we are even in a better situation than previous war. So, as a matter of fact, we are in a powerful position to defend ourselves.
Hi, Alejandro. How you doing?
And many US bases are within missile range. And President Trump is growing increasingly impatient with the Iranian regime, says Special Envoy Steve Witkoff.
He's curious as to why they haven't, I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated.
I know that the Department of Justice is refusing to investigate anyone. But I promise you that the investigation that is happening... Look, like... okay, the Department of Justice is refusing to investigate anyone. Yes. But they've already done the circus. The Department of Justice in your country is doing the same circus that we're doing here now. This is just our version of what the Department of Justice has done. Right? So the Department of Justice has released the Epstein files because there's a massive, social desire for it. You know what I mean? Massive social commentary about it. Everybody's talking about it everywhere. And they were like, okay, we'll release the Epstein files. And that's what the Department of Justice have done. That's the circus in the US. They're like, no, look, here's the Epstein files. Oh my God, the Clintons are in it, right? The Clintons are in it, and they are being investigated by what is it? They wanted to get him to come and fucking whatever. What's the thing? Testify in front of Congress or some shit. You know, but there's a bunch of that stuff that is happening in the US as well that is like semi-related, like Howard Nutley being questioned in front of the Senate or whatever. You know, you have to remember, like you can't just like get a tiny bit of news from Britain and think like, oh look, they're doing loads of... It's not like that. It's not like that. We haven't had to do anything about the Epstein files until this stuff has come out, you know? And now we're having to do something, and I say we, not me, not the working class, the ruling class, you know? There's still 2.5 billion files that the Department of Justice are holding on to. Yes, but you don't, like, that's not the point of what I'm saying. The point of what I'm saying is, you know, they have done their circus show for the proles to be like, yes, look, we've released the files. That's what all this stuff is about. And it's the same here with arresting Andrew and arresting Mandelson, you know?
And his team are now scheduled to meet with the Iranian delegation in Geneva on Thursday. And on Saturday...
I'm sure Iran just doesn't want to get nuked and then also have the Shah. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's what they want. That's the thing. That's what the protesters are protesting for.
Marco Rubio is scheduled to come here to Israel. That diplomatic timeline doesn't rule out military action.
All right, so see you later. Thanks for being here.
Bombed Iran last June. President Trump gave Iran a 14-day window to comply to demands, then bombed 3 days later.
All right, Charlie D'Agata with the news out of the Middle East. Charlie, thank you.
Charlie, thank you.
Now, the American military...
What do we got next? We got the BBC report on this. Let's have a little listen.
Build-up in the Gulf continues amid tensions with Iran as more US warships head to the area. President Trump has reiterated that he is considering a limited military strike against Iran if it fails to make a deal over its nuclear program.
Chat, everybody go follow Sophie.
Jonathan Beale has more.
Oh my God.
Iran knows trouble may be coming. This week it's Revolutionary Guard putting on a show of force in the Gulf of Oman. A signal it's ready to resist any attack. President Trump has made clear the clock is ticking.
We're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them. I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
The surge of US military power is increasing. This week, more F-22 jets arrived in the UK, likely heading east. The last time they crossed the Atlantic in large numbers was when the US hit Iran's nuclear sites in June. The US already had a significant military presence in the Middle East, with bases in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar.
If there'll be war, I bet the US will use the bomb because Trump is unhinged. You think that he's going to nuke Iran? Okay. What chatters need to understand, why do you think they want Iran to do whatever they say? Why do you think there is this whole, like, it may seem like it's a show, but there is some real truth behind it. If Iran capitulated tomorrow and said, okay, US and Israel, you win. We will stop developing our nuclear enrichment facilities. We'll stop doing all that. You can bring people in. You can occupy the nuclear sites. Ayatollah Khamenei, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to step down. I'm not going to be supreme leader anymore. It's no longer the Islamic regime of Iran. You can put whoever you want in power. I'll just go and move to Russia somewhere. See you later. You know, if they did all that tomorrow, all this threat of military action would stop. Why? Because that territory and the oil production there actually matters. Right? Yes, exactly. Trump is deranged, but BP and those oil companies are not. There are also Israelis who are saying we should just nuke Iran. I think I had a video about it. Was it this one? Oh no, this is the... Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Was it this one? I saw something earlier today. Maybe I'm not covering it today. But
what were they?
I absolutely saw someone in the Knesset today saying we should just nuke Iran. And these people are idiots. Like, they don't understand why they actually want to go to war with Iran. They're just fucking genocidal when they say shit like that, you know? They just want to murder brown people, as many brown people as possible. For them, it's gone beyond control and dominance in the region. They've just turned into cartoonish Hitler villains. Yo, no worries, RT. Good on you for getting therapy. Thank you so much for being here. I will do a bit of a stretch. You're right. Let's see what else they're saying about this.
And the UAE. But over the past month, there's been a massive military buildup. Squadrons of fighter jets, including F-15s, F-35s, and F-22s have flown to the region. Just as significant is the arrival of dozens of US refueling aircraft, as well as early warning radar systems.
But like, if they were going to use the nuke, they wouldn't have all this stuff there. Do you know what I mean? It would just be a waste of time.
The US also now has a large naval presence. The US aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, loaded with squadrons of fighter jets.
I mean, if they start to lose, that may be something that happens, because Trump doesn't like to be humiliated, but I don't know.
Already in the Gulf. A second...
How far is Iran from Israel? One good eastern wind and Israel is a nuclear death zone as that travels far. I don't know. I think it's about 2,000 kilometers. I'm pretty sure it's about... I think it's about 1,500 kilometers.
The USS Gerald R. Ford has now reached the Mediterranean, backed up by a...
Like, if you look at this map, so-called Israel is there, Palestine, occupied Palestine is there, literally there. Iran is like here. This big, like, rocky bit, it's literally like all there. So it's that distance there. I mean, it would more create a lot of issues for Gulf nations like the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, which are all client states of empire, Saudi Arabia as well. So the nuclear fallout would also affect them as well, for sure.
R. Ford has now reached the Mediterranean, backed up by a dozen warships loaded with Tomahawk cruise missiles. Altogether, this is the largest US air and naval buildup in the region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. But what's the goal?
But Iraq was a bit different, so, you know.
At first, President Trump signaled this military muscle was a response to Iranian protests. Now it's all about getting a deal to stop its nuclear program. So will he use it?
I think it's likely, but not inevitable. And I think my read of this situation, as someone who has been doing this sort of thing for decades now, is that Trump wants a deal. And sometimes I worry that he wants a deal too badly.
President Trump's already shown he's willing to target Iran's nuclear program. But last year's Operation Midnight Hammer...
I know there's a small possibility that they would use tactical nukes, which can be much smaller in scale, and I doubt they'd use them on major population centers. I wouldn't rule it completely off the table if they did invade or whatever, but it's still rather unlikely, yeah. Those hydrogen bombs detonated in the Pacific have contaminated as far as Oceania, still felt to this day, yep. The US had a deal to stop the Iranian nuclear program and Trump threw it in the bin. Yep, correct. Oh, well, that's the thing. That's what I mean. Like, that's why I'm saying this is inevitable. It's a thing that's going to happen. Mentally prepare yourself for it, chat. I'm going to try and cover it on the stream when it happens to keep you all updated so that we can stay as knowledgeable as we possibly can about this thing and not get too scared about it because information is, you know, knowledge is power, information is safety, etc., etc. You know, we're very safe in the Imperial Core, but obviously it depends where you are. You know, I might have some viewers who are literally in the Middle East or in the region. It's possible. I've had some people say that in the past. So, you know, massive solidarity to use as well. Yeah, you know, it's not good, but it just seems so likely because the possibility of this so-called deal where Trump is asking Iran to renege on all of its fucking missile development program, right? Reality Bites, thank you so much for gifting a sub to RT Clearance. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes as well. The only thing that could save Iran from this war is if we all agree to shut up about the Epstein files. Yeah, but I don't think it's anything to do with that. I just think, you know, I think Senator Lindsey Graham and other war hawks have been desperate to destroy Iran just because they hate brown people, they love America, they want America to be the big capitalist power. Like the way that we see the Imperial Core, I think that's the way you have to see some people who are in the American ruling class establishment. The way that we see the Imperial Core as this like evil fucking enemy that is like destroying all life on the planet. It's absolutely horrible. It can't collapse fast enough. They are like, no, it's the best thing ever. We love it. We want to defeat all of our enemies. Our enemies are Russia, China, and Iran. We should control the whole world, actually, and that will all be great, right? That's what they want, right? They love that shit. So that's why they're going to go to war with Iran. It's nothing to do with the Epstein files. Trump doesn't give a flying fuck about the Epstein files. When people ask him about it, he's just like, yeah, I've been exonerated from it. It's fine. Bill Clinton's in there. Look at him. He doesn't, it literally does not enter into his headspace. He gets mad about things like the SCOTUS ruling that said that he shouldn't have done the tariff war that he did last year, you know? Like, that's why he's been popping off this weekend and saying more overt things about Iran. Some of them want to kill brown people, some of them want the free oil, some of them want both, right? Exactly. Steph, thank you so much for being here. Sleep well.
Did not obliterate it. The question now is whether he'll try again in a mission which could become more protracted, difficult, and dangerous. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
Okay. Well, I think on that as well, seeing as the chat, some of the chat are going to bed, it makes sense that I should also go to bed. Because I have the doctors in the morning, and I want to go and have a good health. And so, I'm going to take you all on a raid to another channel. Get some rest, pal. Thank you very much. Sorry for the short stream. Of course, I am working on my new video at the moment, so please don't hesitate to check out my main YouTube channel, which is the first one. And the second channel is my Twitch Clips channel, which I haven't really done a lot on in my last video. In my last video, in the last couple of months, I should say. Sorry. Hope the docs goes well. Thanks very much. Yep. Just seeing him about my liver. Should be fine. My fatty liver. I got fat on my liver. Thank you so much for all the support today. Really, really, really appreciate all the support. I am going to send you all over to the one, the only Rhizome, who is streaming. And I feel like I've not seen them streaming in some time. So I'll send you all over there. Copy and paste the raid message, and we will enjoy the Rhizome stream together. I will be back tomorrow with more UK politics, more news, all that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the follows. Although I don't think I've had any follows tonight. And thank you so much just for being here. Thank you so much for lurking in the chat as well. And thank you, if you've been watching us on the VOD channel, for watching all the way through. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you all tomorrow. It will probably be around the same time tomorrow, 7 or 8 UK time. Stay excellent to each other. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.